All right, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Garden Center here in Alexandria, Minnesota for the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper. We got a little music in the building right now, so I do apologize if you guys hear that. I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, and I am joined today by a good friend of mine, Matt Small. And Matt, welcome to NDBowlTV.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. This is a great event so far.
Yeah, we got a good tournament here today. It's a tournament that does benefit the local food shelf, so there's a good cause for it. The way today is going to work, we're going to have 6 games of qualifying. I do believe, what did Clayton say, 81 entries in this one so far?
81, yes.
81 entries, so we're going to go 6 games of qualifying. We'll keep you updated with the scores as we go. And after that, we go into a top 16 bracket, and once they're down to 4, the top 4 will be in a stepladder format here on our live pair. So a lot of excitement today.
Sounds a little bit like the like that Baker tournament that we ran back in Carrington, where the format changed 5 times.
Yeah, I think you're familiar with that. And if any of you out there want to connect with us in the booth, be sure to find us on Twitter, message us on Facebook, go into the chat room on our YouTube page. That would be appreciated. Before we get going here, I do want to touch on the sponsors here today. We've got Ebonite, who is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV, and the sponsors of the local tournament here, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, here inside Garden Center, which is a very good place, I may add.
Fantastic.
A lot of good food, and we're here at the Garden Center. Also, the title sponsor is SunOpta and Walt Johnson Construction. Those of you in the area, please keep them in mind if you ever need something done. Once again, we'll be here for the duration of the event. Looks like we got 7 or 8 on a pair, so the qualifying round isn't going to go exactly quick. I'm really wondering about the music. I know everyone can probably hear that, and it's quite loud in here right now, but we'll see what we can do.
Just a couple notches of volume from Cosmic Bowling, probably.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Who do we have on our featured pair game 1? We got Ron Zutz, Henry Trutwin. Once again, there's a few locals out here that we don't know their names, so you'll have to be patient with us here.
Ron Zutz, former state scratch doubles champion, North Dakota.
Yes, bowling with
Todd Iverson.
Todd Iverson, who is in the building today as well.
Yep. So we'll see Big Todd hopefully in here.
And we got a few locals from North Dakota out here bowling today. We do know of a few bowlers from Minnesota that frequent the scratch tournaments up in North Dakota and the surrounding areas, so we'll be able to see how they're doing. If you have a favorite bowler out there, please let us know, and we'll let you know how they're doing. Hey Matt, while we have a minute, why don't you touch on the oil pattern we're going to be seeing out here today?
Today we're bowling on the same oil pattern as the famed Garden Center tournament, which is the long tournament that they have every year with team doubles and singles. They just went ahead and put that out here. It's fairly flat, 41 feet. We would call it a medium to heavy pattern, so your odds are you're going to see a little bit more down and in play from the get-go here, because you're hooking the ball is not going to be overly advisable to start, and then eventually it is going to move in. But the pattern, based on the fact that this is a handicap event, this is not going to break down like you're normally used to seeing here on the stream. We have a variety of players, handicap and scratch players here. We've got real straight with plastic. We've got real hooking with real hooking stuff. And so every pair is going to be different. I think the guys that make the cut, it's going to be a matter of who you follow and if you're able to adjust to what they've done to this pattern. Because this could be nasty if played wrong.
And I do understand that the handicap in this event is 80% out of 220, correct?
220, yes.
So a good portion of the field is going to get some bit of handicap, and we'll try to keep you updated when the scores come through as to how the scores are relative to handicap and stuff like that. pretty full field here, 81 bowlers. So once again, if you've got a favorite bowler out there, let us know. We'll let you know how they're doing as the tournament progresses. And let everyone know. If you're watching the live stream, share it on Facebook, share it on Twitter. Let everyone know, because we'll be here for the duration of the event. So Matt, based on the oil pattern that we just looked at, what kind of players do you think are going to be more successful on this, and which players do you think are going to maybe struggle a little more?
I would say, I think if there's any lefties here that have the left side to themselves, I say they have the advantage, because the changes on the right side are going to be pretty drastic from lane to lane, especially. I mean, it's going to really depend on who you follow. Straighter might end up being greater if you got some 190 average guys that can make spares and they just aim it at the pocket. They're going to take the pattern out of play. I give them the edge.
Okay. And we'll be keeping an eye, especially here on our featured pair as the day goes on. This will be the championship pair, and we'll kind of see how people are playing them to start and some common things that are happening with the oil pattern on our pair. So, tune in the way they're bowling here in practice. That kind of gives you a good idea of what's going to happen, how they're going to break down right away. And we have some people throwing surface on this pair right away.
Yeah, we got Ronnie Zetz going right up the outside with a storm lock that looks pretty fresh. Looks he was going up about 7 the last shot I saw him throw.
We do have one lefty on our pair, it looks like.
We got 2.
We have 2 lefties on the pair, yes.
And one is throwing chalk.
And for those of you who don't know, chalk is a heavily surfaced ball.
Yep. The lane surface that we're playing on here is, I believe it's a little bit of an older AMF synthetic, but one thing Clayton pointed out to me here is this lane surface is extremely hard. So it's like if you walk down these lanes, you don't see too many ball dents or things like that. But there is a little more friction in this synthetic than we're used to for most of us who bowl on pro anvil lanes, which is what most of the centers in North Dakota have.
And you and I both know that just AMF lane beds in particular are usually having more friction. The newer HPLs have more friction.
Oh yes.
The older synthetics that we see here have a little more friction. So it's something to consider when you go to a new center and you've never bowled there before, to consider what the lane panels are, and that might go into your strategy a little bit. Yeah,
without question. Randy Peterson, an ND Bowling Hall of Famer, we were talking about a regional that he was going to be playing at, PBA regional, and he asked me what he ought to bring if they put like the cheetah pattern down, and I said, well, that's going to depend entirely on the surface. So he called and he found out the lane surface, and that was a big part of his strategy.
Very nice. Well, it looks like our practice session is completed here. We're going to get scoring started here in a minute. Once again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. We will be here for the duration of the event, so tell your friends, your family, everyone on social media. Once again, I'm Darren Sweeney with NDBowling.com, joined by a good friend of mine, probably since we were very young, Matt Smallin. And he is the top-ranked NDBowling.com scratch rankings player. So if you have a question for Matt, you want to ask him anything, he'll offer some good insight. Just let us know in the chat room or on Twitter, Facebook. You know how to get a hold of us. Okay, it sounds like we're just going through some last-minute logistics of the tournament. They're moving a pair to the right each game, so the next game we'll have some familiar faces on our featured pair.
That also means we won't be seeing Todd Iverson today, unfortunately.
That's too bad, but we will be seeing a guy that's on NDBowlTV quite often, Clayton Moore in Game 2.
Along with Darren Hansen. It looks like they're on the same pair.
So some exciting bowling here coming along.
You want to say something, Ian? Oh, he said, okay. That's my grandson.
And once again, we're at the Garden Center, which is the home of the this year's a 77th annual Garden Center tournament, which you and I have bowled once or twice in our day. They're holding it earlier this year, and it started back in October, and it goes through I think 2 weekends in January, because they are holding one of the state tournaments here in Minnesota at the Garden Center, so they had to move the tournament up. So if you're interested in bowling that tournament, come on out. There's a lot of space open for you guys, and put in your score. Maybe you can win a little bit.
Yeah, that's that making it a little bit earlier is really going to change some people's plans for there in April and March, but I think it'll turn out just as well. And it's a great paying event. It's a very evenly distributed prize fund for an event.
I do agree. And it looks like we're underway here at the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper. Once again, it's a tournament to benefit the local food shelf. They raised a lot of money last year, and once we get a final total today, we'll let all you know what they raised for the food shelf. A $60 entry, you really can't beat that. They have a pretty good payout here today, so I do foresee a lot of excitement.
And I'm sure if anybody listening would like to donate to the food shelf, I'm sure that they would accept that. Just give the Garden Center here a call.
This does mark our first time live streaming here in Minnesota. I guess that's not true. We do live stream at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, but a little further into Minnesota.
I don't know. Do they even sell scratch-offs in Moorhead? Does that count?
I'm not sure. I guess I haven't stopped at a gas station in Moorhead lately to find out, but I do apologize too if we have a little camera shaking. We're on the tables behind the lanes, so once someone does hit the table back here, they put some of their stuff away, it will shake the camera a little bit, so we do apologize for that.
I also was informed that they're on our pair wearing the Carter jersey is Johnny Lee. He's a member of the USBC Classified Champions team from the Garden Center in 2014.
Oh, very nice. So a celebrity on our pair here in the.
He throws it pretty well. He beat me pretty bad one year here at the Garden Center tournament. He threw some pretty big games. So.
And for those of you who tuned in last week at the Great Plains Scratch Classic, we did have a hard time getting the scores to show up properly, but this week that's not an issue. But we do have A, B, C, D, E, and F, so you'll kind of have to watch which bowler does throw and follow along with their score. And throughout the show today, especially throughout qualifying, Matt and I are going to be discussing quite a few topics. So, tune in, and if you have something you want us to talk about, just let us know. Send us a message on Twitter, follow us on Facebook, go in the chat room, let us know. So Matt, have you bowled this tournament before?
I believe I bowled it a couple of years ago, and then last year I bowled it twice overall. Didn't make the cut either time.
Oh, okay.
The lanes, they did the same exact thing. They put out the Garden Center pattern, and it was a bear to figure out for me both times.
Interesting. And a lot of times it just matters how you match up with the pattern, how what equipment you happen to have in your hand at the time, and as long as you stay ahead of transition, a lot goes into managing the pattern, managing your arsenal and stuff like that. When you come into a tournament, and let's say you come in blind like this, none of us knew the pattern coming in here today. You're traveling long distances. How do you prepare for a tournament that way?
Basically, what you're always looking for when you drill balls is something that you can use in more than one place. Typically that lends itself to really rolly ball reactions. So when the ball hooks, no violent. Try to keep it away from violent changes of direction. Usually, polished things are out the window because those are really hit or miss, and that's not really what you're going for. I'm not seeing too much polish out here at this point in time.
Okay, so how long is the pattern here today? Does that say 41 or
41?
So 41 feet. Okay. What's our milliliters on this one?
26.
So a little bit less out there than last week at the Great Plains Scratch Classic. They were pushing 30 last week. So
yeah, 26 is still quite a bit, but you'll still see plenty of hook from this surface here because of the extra friction compared to anvils or pro anvils. But I was advised by Master Lane Man at Midway Lanes, Jack Nelson, that there could be some out of bounds developing here after game one, he anticipates.
And did he say why?
Because of how the pattern's laid out and how flat it actually is.
Okay. Let's see this thing here. What it looks like is the middle of the lane is like you said, pretty flat. Once you get out to, what would you say, 10 or so, it's 1.72 to 1. Yep. And then the way outside track is 4.6 to 1. So it kind of cliffs more towards the outside part of the lane, which I guess will make it a little interesting to see how everyone plays this. And Mike Green is in the house today. How's it going, Mike? Wasn't expecting to see him here. I think he's in the house bowling the Garden Center tournament. So once again, if you guys are in the area, ever near Alexandria, stop by, sign up, bowl. They always have shifts. I think they have multiple shifts. So one of the first shifts is at 1 o'clock. So that sounds like that's when Mike will be bowling. Yeah, and I think it's a doubles and singles shift to start. So. And we will be here in Alexandria the remainder of the day. At the end of the day, we will be heading back to Fargo because Matt and myself will be off to Carrington, North Dakota tomorrow to bowl in the 8th annual 8-game singles at the Randy's House of Rings, which is quite the place.
Randy's House of Rings. Central City Lanes in Carrington, that's one of the best little 8-lane houses that you'll ever bowl in. One of the loudest. They have wood lanes there.
Very high ceilings.
And
they got the steel girders exposed, so it doesn't really absorb much of the sound, so it's very loud in there. It's a really fun atmosphere. The tournament, for whatever reason, it's a very good central location, but when Randy announces that tournament in, early September or so, within 2 days it fills at 32, and maybe, like I mentioned last week on the show, maybe it's the sloppy joes they feed everyone at noon.
Yeah, that's it. They don't have to go anywhere for food. They sloppy joe it up every time.
So it's a very well-run tournament. If you guys are interested in any tournaments, actually, go on to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and you'll be able to find a tournament that's right for you. We have all sorts. We have handicap events. We have scratch events. Our NDBowling.com majors are coming up starting in January, and NDBowlTV will be there, so be sure to tune in.
I recently talked to Nate Hand from around the Rapid City area, and he was talking about setting up an event, and he needed to know everything that we had going on up here, and it was great. I was just able to direct him straight to that, and I said, everything's there, man. It's all there.
And it is. So
set your event up around this. It's perfect.
And just branching off that a little bit, if you're a tournament director out there and you are setting up an event, like we mentioned, first go on to NDBowling.com, look at the upcoming events page, make sure there are no conflicting tournaments with your event, and then send us your information and we can post your event up here, and we do it for free. So my email is on NDBowling.com. Just go to the bottom of the page, or there's a contact link on the right side. And you can send all your tournament info to me, and we'll get that posted for you.
Well, so far from what I see regarding the left-handers, it looks like they have a pretty good look. The Darren Hansen here to the pair to the left of the feature pair. He's got the front three and they've all looked real good.
Yeah, and he will be bowling the first pair to the immediate left just right now, so keep an eye on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, but he is following the two lefties on our pair, which are not in the same area of the lane, so we'll see if that changes anything for him and how he adjusts.
Yeah, and he will be on our featured pair the next game, so kind of watch where he throws here on this next shot on lane 12, and then we'll keep an eye where he plays here on 13 and 14. They're waiting for a pin in the gutter. That's why he's not bowling yet, so it'll be just a minute.
And also here on our feature pair here, we've got two righties that hook the ball a lot. Henry Trutwin here getting up on lane 14, as well as Johnny Lee. They both like to play the middle, and they both hook the ball. So we'll see. Typically doing that real early tends to make the ball reaction not as good for the next people coming on. So we will see how the next people fare here.
Absolutely, and you know, a guy we can watch for the right side coming up is Clayton Moore on the next game. So we'll kind of see where he's playing and how it goes from there. So keep an eye on the left of your screen here. Darren Hansen is up to throw, and we'll see kind of where he's playing on the left side for all you watching at home.
Also, if you want to see a ball thrown real well. It's a pretty good shot.
Shaker 10 for him, yeah. So it looks like he's playing the outside part of the lane, kind of where we mentioned the cliff was here on our oil pattern.
Yes, right around 8 at the arrows, and keeping it real straight right around about 5 at the break. Johnny Lee crossing over for a Brooklyn on 14. He's got the front four.
Got a shout out from Mr. Peacock himself, Joe Fleming. He's going to be sending me some tournament flyers here to post on the site, so keep an eye out for that. And, some more events down in Sioux Falls in December, so those of you down in the South Dakota area, please keep an eye out to NDBowling.com for some tournament updates. Clayton was telling me earlier today before we started that he was planning on just not bowling very good today. Like, I don't know if he had a poor practice session or he just wasn't geared up for it or whatnot, but we'll see. That usually means he's probably going to finish in the top 5.
Yeah, that doesn't, the whole bowling badly and Clayton thing, that doesn't sound much like Clayton at all. But he says he bowls badly in this bowling alley because this is his home bowling alley. But
I suppose I could see how that is, but then again, you and I bowl pretty good back home at North Hill Bowl, so.
Well.
Henry Trutwin sending bird dogs early on the featured pair, missing the 10 pin in front of it.
That was probably a really good look at the kind of rev rate we're talking about here from Trutwin.
Okay, we're just starting our 5th frame here, so once again the qualifying portion of this will go just a bit slower. It looks like there's only a few lanes that have 8 people on them, the others have 7, so we're only bowling 6 games of qualifying, and the top 16 will advance to the bracket. They're paying out 20, which is pretty good, a 1-in-4 ratio.
Yeah, that'll work. It's not very often that tournaments get enough entries to pay a few spots below the people that make match play. That's pretty cool.
And the same thing happened last weekend at the Great Plains Scratch Classic. We were able to pay down, I think, 19 players, and 16 made it to the bracket in that one. So I know, speaking of a 16-person bracket, next weekend up in Minot is the King of the Hill tournament. And every year, regardless of entries, they take the top 16 to a double elimination bracket. And some years there was only about 30 people, and you had to win a match to cash once you got into the bracket. So hopefully we get a few more people this year. They do pay out a free Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout spot to the winner. So, and I believe they're actually putting out the CMA test pattern for that. Is that correct?
Yep, that's what's going on this year. Typically the King of the Hill's been on the house shot the last few years, but this year it's going to be on a CMA test pattern. They're going to be doing 2 events with those test patterns to make sure they want to try something a little different this year, so they want to make sure they get it right, I guess.
All right, so if any of you out there watching are in the North Dakota area and you want a tournament to bowl next weekend, I believe it's Sunday the 29th. It's up at North Hill Bowl in Minot. We have the poster and complete information on NDBowling.com. Just click on the upcoming events page and you'll get everything you need there. Well, let's quickly take a closer look at our scores here. You can see some decent scores out there. A couple missed single pins, but for the most part, the pattern is playable early on.
Yeah, these look pretty good.
But like you said, we'll keep an eye out as to, the breakdown of the lane pattern based on how people are playing them, especially here in our feature pair and other places around the house. And once we get a scoring update, we will give that to all you at home.
Both of our guys that were perfect through 4 have spared finally. Both of them going light to leave the spare there. Johnny Lee there, letter B with the 7th spare.
And once again, it does look like the stream is running really well. We do have a limited connection here, but it doesn't seem to be hindering anything at this moment, so that is good. Those of you NDBowlTV fans, our next show will be the end of December up in Minot at the 10-game marathon, another tournament, as Matt mentioned, that will feature the test pattern for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout up in Minot, which you can also find all the information for on ndbowling.com. I think they have the preliminary poster out. They don't have the final one out yet, but it's an ndbowling.com major. Make sure you sign up for that one.
And please come to the 10-game marathon. That usually gets a good chunk of entries, usually about 65 to 70. And even if you can't, tune into the stream and you can get a good look at the CMA test pattern.
Yeah, it's a good way to kind of test out what equipment you might need. If you're in the area, please stop by. Good staff up there, well-run tournaments. And I will be in the booth with Marshall Howard once again. A great mind in bowling who doesn't bowl. So that's I know he's probably watching here today. I look forward to having him in the booth with me, and I know many of you out there watching hope to see him out on the lanes at some point soon. Everyone's been lobbying for that to happen, and I'm sure I'll be doing the same during that show. So
yeah, he's still a celebrity down at Midway Lanes, and I'd give anything to have that kid back out on the lanes.
I agree. Everyone that knows him and has seen him bowled has said the same thing. He's pretty solid and could probably compete anywhere. So, Marshall, if you're watching, we need you out on the lanes. And I'll be asking you why on NDBowlTV here in about a month if you haven't bowled yet. So,
hope to see him there with a white belt and 2 ball bags behind him.
yeah, well, if he's joining me in the booth, he probably won't be bowling the 10-gamer, but maybe he'll come out and bowl the King of the Hill. That'd be nice to see him out there. If you're watching at home and want to know how your favorite bowler is doing, just let us know. We'll keep an eye on those guys as they move around. There's a lot of adult beverages flowing today, and we're hoping they stay away from our set here. I think we got a 32 ouncer just got delivered to our set here, and halfway through game one, this guy's on his second. So this could be a long day for some people, I think.
I'm not sure my stomach is even 32 ounces big.
And they're going through these ones pretty quick. And with this being a handicap tournament, I did want to talk to Matt a little bit today about, handicap tournaments, scratch tournaments, and if you're a bowler out there that is generally in the handicap tournament area or stage of your game and you want to make that jump to a scratch tournament, I guess, Matt, what we want to know is, what advice do you have to people that are bowling handicap tournaments now that someday want to jump to a scratch tournament? What kind of events would you suggest for them? What changes to their game do they need? Stuff like that.
I think we'll start with changes. I would say I would say by and large, greater success in bowling, higher averages, higher scores typically lend themselves to a little bit more hook and a little more revs. Or if not, you can be a little more like our major winners, Dave Schick, Phil Mann, and taking fewer revs and making the ball roll in a higher quality way to go through the pins properly. So one of those two things typically lends themselves to more success. And with that, when you go to scratch tournaments, you'll find fewer players that throw the ball straight. The lanes will change more rapidly in a more hooking fashion. So if you're going to handicap tournaments now, you'll typically find that the lanes probably carry down more and hook in the front less. So just be prepared to, if you go to a scratch tournament, be prepared to move left because the guys there hooking the ball more and usually have more ball because they put more money and more effort into the balls that they drill. If I was going to tell someone if I was going to pick a scratch tournament to tell a handicap guy to go bowl, if it was going to be a major, I'd pick the KFYR tournament. And if it's going to be something else, I'm trying to think what smaller tournaments. I might try Randy's scratch event in March.
Okay, or the NDBowling.com Kickoff Classic in October. It's a perfect event for people who want to make that jump to scratch bowling. It's a smaller field and it's a 2-day event. The field is not as strong as our major tournaments, but can kind of get your feet wet a little bit in 2-day events and see kind of what's out there. And it'll get you onto a wood surface too, something a little different than what you see. So it offers a little more free hook for people. I suppose from handicap tournaments to scratch tournaments, is there like a learning curve as far as the equipment, the oil patterns, the scoring paces, stuff like that?
I would say that as far as scoring pace, they can kind of they can tend to be pretty close because everybody gets handicap in handicap tournaments. But lane conditions can be anything. If it's a scratch tournament, they can put anything out there because there's no handicap. I would say that handicap tournaments a lot of times are usually held on house shots or something at least that's a little bit easier.
Okay. And one thing I do want to mention to all you bowlers out there who are looking to make the jump from a handicap tournament to scratch tournaments is to not be discouraged, because it's really easy to come out here in your first scratch tournament, watching people put up 220, 230, throwing the ball really well, and then feeling like you can't compete. Even the most seasoned veterans out here sometimes have a hard time, matching up with a pattern, or they have bad tournaments from now and then. And we've all put in our tournaments, bad tournaments, before we were successful.
Without question. So
you can't just bowl one or two and not win and then feel like you can't compete. You have to set your own goals and try to reach those smaller goals, and then just kind of raise your goals as you go. And I think that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, and I also just as an example of a reason not to be discouraged. Right now, Clayton Moore on lane 12, ND Bowling major champion, and probably the best player in the region right now. He's on 122 in the 7th frame on an open, and if he doesn't double again, he's going to shoot 182.
Correct. So that just shows you, a guy that's bowling as well as he is right now is having a hard time matching up with this pattern at the moment. And when he moves to this next pair, maybe he'll have a better look, maybe he won't. And that's another thing to keep in mind for tournaments too, is keeping thoughts of who you follow and what they're throwing, and it's more of a mind game and figuring out what other people are doing, and there's a lot more to than just throwing the ball.
Yep, it's like a putting green, but the surface is invisible, so you have to throw other balls to see how the putting green moves, pretty much. And instead of a flag stick, you've got the 1-3 pocket.
Very nice. Just looking around close to our featured pairs here, there is one score that I want to kind of mention. A guy that's bowled up in North Dakota a few times, Matt Dodge, is actually going to be up in the 10th on 280 pace here. So seems like the biggest game I see so far.
Dodger's sporting the gym shorts today, which we will see on the feature pair here in a couple games. But Dodger's got a great game. He's one of those guys that I just mentioned. He's come a long way. He's worked on his game, and he low rev guy, but high quality roll, and he is accurate. I'll say that about Dodger.
Very nice. We'll see him actually game 3 on our featured pair, so we'll touch base more on him as he reaches close to our viewing here. And as far as him wearing gym shorts, I think we've had a few shows with Ryan Selk on our pairs, so I think our viewers have seen everything as far as Zubas and mismatched socks and everything else. So I don't think the gym shorts are going to be that bad. So.
Oh man, Ryan ruins everything.
Hey, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. All I know about Ryan is, for a guy whose wife has connections with Nike, Under Armour, what have you, a guy that wears the Zubas and everything else, it's interesting. And Ryan's a really good guy, and I look forward to bowling with him at a few tournaments here coming up.
Yeah, those Zubas have been a winning combo with in the past for him when he wore them in tandem with Wade Scott at state doubles 2 years ago.
He did, yeah. In Dickinson, they won state doubles, both wearing Zubas. So, maybe there's something to that.
Hey, bowl in comfort. That's what we say, right?
That is true. Even if you're on NDBowlTV. So.
Also notice that Ryan Schleicher, KFYR TV bowling champion and NDBowling.com major champion, is in the house, just a couple pairs to our right.
Very nice.
We won't be seeing him on the stream, but shout out to Ryan. He is here.
Yeah, left-hander that won the KFYR over yours truly, Matt Smallin, here in the booth. Was that your first TV show of your career? Was that year?
That was the first.
The sprint to the line year, that kind of thing?
Oh, did I sprint.
And those of you who have never bowled on live TV before, there's you get a little amped up, you run to the line, that kind of thing, and then there's a learning curve to it. The year I made the TV show, the one problem I had was the lights. They kind of put TV lights out there, and they're really bright and they're really warm. And those of you who know me, I don't have much hair, so it's a little warm on the top of the head. So we do not have TV lights here at NDBowlTV, so you don't have to worry about that if you do run across our featured pairs. So we're pretty low-key here behind the bowlers.
Just saw Ron Zetz there on 13. Looks like our feature pair is starting to hang a little bit. That strong ball he's thrown didn't quite make the hill that time, and he mixed out a 7. So.
Once again, we got some people bumping our table here with the camera, so if you do see some motion in the lanes camera there, we do apologize for that. Once again, people are having fun here today. The bar is busy from what I see. There's 81 people here. It's a good event. They're raising money for a good cause. If this isn't on your schedule, I would kind of keep it in mind for next year. I'm sure it'll be around the same time, towards the end of November.
Yeah, it's been a very well-attended event each year.
Yeah, they've grown in entries. I think last year there was about 68, so they've got a few more here. And it looks like Matt Dodge finished out there with a 241. He opened the 10th, so.
That's a pretty good start, though. I would take 240. We may get that beat here on our feature pair, though. We got a couple shots at it.
That is true, and if you're Matt Dodge there, you kind of wish you got a few more off of that game when you could have had 280 going into the 10th frame, but nonetheless, 241 is a good way to start a tournament in a 6-game qualifier, especially.
Definitely. Looks like it was 7 and out there in the 10th for Dodger, unfortunately.
Okay, we just got mention here of our payout, and we'll let you go that the champion here today will take home $1,200. Second place finisher will get $800. Third place will get $550. Fourth place will get $430. And then 5 through 8, since they will all be eliminated at the same time in the bracket, will get $200. 9 through 16 gets $125, and 17 through 20 gets $90. So if you cash, you're guaranteed to make $30 more than your entry. So pretty good payout here today.
How often do you hear about a tournament where the top prize is $200 more than what the poster says?
That's pretty good, and I will mention too that they're giving away a prize for the high qualifiers, $100 to the first high qualifier and $50 for the second. So keep that in mind. We'll let you know who those people are. Once again, we're bowling 6 games of qualifying, cutting to the top 16, and then we'll go into a single elimination bracket. Once we are down to 4 people, they will seed them in order based on their 2 first games in the bracket. So they'll total the first 2 games and put them in order 1 to 4, and that'll be your stepladder finals here on our featured pair.
Kind of a unique way to do it, but it makes every pin count.
That is true. I do know that we can touch base on that too. You and I bowl many events and many qualifying rounds, and they range anywhere from 6 games, and we do some that are 10 games, like up in Manitoba. Is your strategy, is the way you enter the tournament any different from a 6-game to an 8-game to a 10-game qualifier?
I guess I feel like the more games, the better. I mean, it really is true. The cream rises to the top anyway, but the more games you give the really, really talented players, the more often you're going to see more of them near the top. So I guess I like the 10. I like the longer ones because it gives me more chances to get up there, I guess.
Right, and it does allow for maybe a not so good game in there if you can recover in it. I know a tournament like this and once again, we have some loud people walking by our set here, so I do apologize, but
it's the same guy.
It is. So in a 6-game qualifier, like we will see up at the King of the Hill here in a week, that gets tough at times. You're not allowed that bad game, and you gotta grind and really pay attention to spares because your margin of error is a little smaller. So
without question, you also if you're one of those guys that gets in brackets, that bad game can kill more brackets that way.
That is also true. One thing I would like to mention, now that we're looking at it here, on our Facebook page, we are running a contest. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we are going to give away a free Ebonite Warrior. And we're going to check here to see what our current total is at. We are currently at 979 likes, so we are 21 likes away. So if you're watching, head on over to our Facebook page. Just search ND Bowling on Facebook. You'll find us. Hit the like button, and we will run a contest here in the next week or so, because I do anticipate us going over that 1,000 like mark this weekend, if not today. And we'll run a contest. It'll probably be a score guessing contest where the closest person to the score will get the free ball. So head on over to Facebook and hit the like button to have a chance, and we'll have that contest posted this week. So keep an eye out for that.
Yep, like and share, and we'll get those 21 likes in no time.
All right, we're approaching the end of game one. We do have a
thing I hate is bowling dumb.
We do have a few pairs here, and that was Clayton Moore, for those of you who didn't know. He said he's bowling dumb.
That was close.
That was close. Blowing. He's blowing this game. It's kind of what he mentioned. But yeah, from time to time you will hear people run by our set and feel the need to say a few things while we're talking about a particular topic. I do apologize for that, but the nature of the beast being where we're located here in the bowling center, and you just kind of take it in stride for those of you watching at home.
It's authentic, if nothing else.
But as we were saying earlier, a few pairs out here are finishing up their first game. The pairs that do have 8 people are kind of in the middle of their 10th frame now. We'll get a closer look at these scores once a couple more people finish on this pair.
Scores don't look bad.
Right, I see some 225s, 231, 240. Then you have Clayton Moore, who can max out at 192 if he punches here in the 10th. So
Johnny Lee here in the 10th, one more strike, and he's start with 225.
with the faded Chris Carter jersey, a local favorite around here, Hall of Famer Chris Carter.
It's got to hook a bunch, and it does.
And it does. That's that cliff we were talking about there on the far outside portions of this pattern. So
Yeah, 2 Brooklyns are kind of saved our game. A couple of sloppy the other one.
yeah, this is probably one of our closer setups to the bowlers. So you'll probably hear some people talking in the background. It's no big deal, but if you hear something that is rather inappropriate, once again, we apologize for that. I don't anticipate that happening, but where we are located, we are literally 10 feet from the settee area where the bowlers are at. So
Johnny Lee briefly boasting about his 2 Brooklyns that game.
that's what that was.
I'm going to give myself 1 alliteration point there.
Yep.
Darren Hansen punching the 10th there, first game for 226.
Very nice. Clayton Moore opened up with a 180. They will be on our featured pair here next. Once again, we have, when we're looking at these scores here, we'll take a closer look. It doesn't appear the handicap is in there, so we don't know who is and who is not getting handicap, but once we do get a score sheet, we will give those scores to you.
Just maybe a little little perspective on that. Johnny Lee here with 225, and he gets 21 sticks a game in this handicap format, so that's a little more like a 246. Which puts him ahead of the aforementioned Matt Dodge, who finished with a 241 that game, because I know for a fact that he's bowling scratch. So just put that in perspective.
Yeah, and the handicap is 80% of 220, so there will be a lot of people with averages over 200 with handicap here today. So as we kind of progress through the tournament, we will
Good job
let you know. And there's a shout out there from Ryan Schleicher himself, so good to see him.
I'm going to say that one was easy to hear.
That was. I think everyone heard that one.
Who do you think you are?
So we got a couple bowlers coming onto our featured pair here that are able to be heard quite easily, Darren Hansen and Clayton Moore, so I'm sure you'll hear them a time or two in this game.
If Clayton shoots another 180, we might think that we're in his living room.
Yeah, I agree there. Once again, you know, I think the main hope for me right now is not getting beverages spilt on my equipment back here, because I think on the table right now we've got about 100 ounces of some sort of beverage on the table, and well, it's not a very big table either.
Well, the good news is we have a little trench over there to the right between the large brew and the equipment. My side, however, I'm going to have to rip a shirt off to save this, I think, if that beer goes down. So
yeah.
Nobody wants that. So.
We'll have to find out who's got the beer over here and have them move it, because that's too close for my comfort level. We've already had a catastrophic spill on NDBowlTV back at the Manitoba Open, if many of you remember watching that show, so we're going to try to avoid that from now on. And once again, the ounces are flowing here today, folks. The bar is busy, so if you hear some things out in the distance, people yelling, I think it's adult beverage induced. All right, we're underway here in game 2. While we have a minute, I am going to kind of mention our sponsors here today. We do have Ebonite as the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. We'll be giving some Ebonite equipment away this season, so keep an eye on ndbowling.com for that. Also, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill here inside Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota. Great food. Check it out if you're ever here bowling the Garden Center tournament. Inside the Garden Center lanes. Great place. You know, pretty nice bowling center. They got a full pro shop, bar, restaurant, everything you need. And our title sponsor here today is SunOpta. And also a sponsor of the tournament is Walt Johnson Construction. So please, if you have any construction needs and crane service here in the Alexandria area, please be sure to give them a shout out. We are here in game 2 of the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper. I'm Darren Sweeney with ndbowling.com, joined by Matt Smolin today. We'll be here for the duration, game 2 of 6 here in qualifying. Then we'll cut to a top 16 single elimination bracket until we decide a final 4 into a step ladder. So a lot of bowling here today. Let your friends know, let your family know. Log on to ndbowling.com, share it on social media. That'd be appreciated. Very good event that does benefit the local food shelf. I'm sure they're going to raise a lot of money today, and once we figure out how much that is, we'll let you know.
It makes me wonder if we did something similar in North Dakota, like how many entries would we get?
Absolutely. Well, keep an eye on here how people are, playing the lanes when you move from the pair you started on, the pair you practiced on. I know you and I, when we both go into tournaments, that first game, you can break them down yourself. You can, as long as you kind of talk with the other people on the pair, maybe you can break them down and make that pair really good for that one game. But once you move lanes, it's uncharted territory. You have to figure out what's out there without wasting frames, so to speak.
Yeah, the only time that breaking them down is really, really beneficial, though, is if you're in some sort of team event where you stay on the same pair, or if you stay on the same pair for more than one game and then move. But I think I'm leery of doing that because even though I like to play them out and that usually makes them better, it benefits the bowlers behind me, and that doesn't do me any good later on. That's for sure.
That is true, and many of you that have bowled tournaments with Matt, and if you happen to start in, he might let you know if he's following you. So, but like he just said, he doesn't want to benefit the bowlers behind him, and I think that's the plan of attack for bowlers ahead of smalls here. So,
but let's take a look at Clayton here. His feet are on about 22. Sliding on 22, and he's playing in the middle, at least for that spare there.
Yeah, that first shot he kind of let go a little wide, so
that was wide.
Wasn't a good true look at where he's probably playing or looking to play here today. Looks like he made a ball change too.
He's gonna. I think Nostradamus Jack Nelson's first prediction is coming true here on 13 and 14 about that out of bounds forming though. Nobody played out there, so there's not much of a bumper.
That is true. There was a pretty big cliff to start from the middle track to the outside track. It's 1.72 to 4.6, so a big cliff on the outside part of the lane. And like you said, if they don't play them right, that cliff goes away, and all of a sudden you've got a much more difficult pattern.
That's correct. And so far, the two lefties that were here were playing well to the right of where Darren Hansen just threw that shot. So from what I can see, he's probably a good 6 left of where they were at the arrows. So he may be just far enough left to where that's not going to mess with him too much.
And if any of you are watching at home in the local area, come on out. Say hi to us here in the booth. Come out and watch 81 bowlers compete here today. And if you want to bowl yourself, you can get a few people together and bowl the Garden Center tournament. They do have shifts going on starting here at 1 o'clock. I think it doubles a single shift. There's a team shift tonight, I believe, at about 7:15. So come on out, sign up for that tournament. It's a good one. They still have many weekends open for that. So if you haven't signed up yet, please do so.
I'm going to make sure we got those right.
Okay, we're going to go get a Garden Center tournament poster here for reference, and we'll give you a little more information on that. And yes, you missed it there, Matt, when you were away. We had a Darren Hansen crotch chop on NDBowlTV for the first time. So,
Oh man, that was now I really feel bad for going away.
a season of firsts here at NDBowlTV. We had and I know Chris Charles is going to hate me for this, but we did have a 110 leave by him at the Kickoff Classic. That was a first, and a few other things. And now we just had our first crotch chop here on NDBowlTV. There's always something exciting going on. We are up to 980 likes, so 20 more people before we can give away a free Ebonite Warrior on our Facebook page. So head on over to Facebook, search ndbowling.com, hit the like button, share. That would be appreciated, and we will be giving away a free bowling ball, or running a contest to give away a free bowling ball once we reach 1,000 likes. So head on over. That'd be appreciated. We are live here in Game 2 of the SunOpta Sweeper in Alexandria, Minnesota. Game 2 of 6. Looks like that was a pretty good shot by Clayton there.
Yeah, that was pretty good. So far, the way Henry and Johnny maybe beat up the heads isn't having too much of an effect on Clayton.
No, it usually doesn't for him. and what ball is he throwing there? What was that?
That's the Motive Venom Shock is the one that just went down there.
Okay, and then I think Darren Hansen's throwing Motive 2 as well, by the looks of his shirt, so we'll see what he's throwing. Don't know what that one is.
It's the new Revolt.
Okay, looks like Matt has an update here on the normal shift times and everything else here at the Garden Center tournament.
Yes, it's the Garden Center tournament here. The dates, the remaining dates. The remaining dates are today, the 21 and 22 of November, 28th and 29th. Also, December, there's only 3 weekends, 5, 6, 12, 13, and 19, 20. They're taking Christmas weekend off, as well as New Year's weekend, leaving the last 2 weekends, January 9th and 10th, and 16th and 17th.
Okay, so if you haven't come out here and bowl yet, it's a standard tournament with team doubles, singles, and all events. Come out and set your score, get a few people together. What's the entry fee on that?
The entry fee is, let's see here, $175 per team, 70 for doubles, and 35 for singles. So essentially 35 per man per event. And there's also some other options you can get into, all events, 6-game combo, and then also senior singles.
So some good side pots in that event as well.
It looks like they've deviated just a hair from the normal shift times because the SunOpta is in the house. Mike Green said he was starting at 1 o'clock for doubles and singles, and that on here it says 1:40. So
interesting.
I think they might deviate from them just a hair for those, but I think that the ones they really stick to are team events because they want to try to get a bunch of teams bowling together so they can run brackets.
That would make more sense. And I'm sure they didn't know the lane availability with how many people would show up today, and so there's a few unknowns in there. So good lane management by the staff here.
Yeah, it's for the size of the city of Alexandria, they have 34 lanes. So that's a pretty large house for a town that's a little over half the size of Minot.
Yeah, it's a good center. You and I have bowled here a few times in our day.
Yeah, it's a great place. One thing, it's the lane breakdown is almost always really consistent here, what you can expect in the later games.
Yeah, we bowled some tournaments here in juniors, which kind of brings up another topic too. You know, I think the future of our sport is junior bowling, and for sure. I know there's programs out there for juniors, whether it's leagues, high school bowling, what have you. What do you have? What advice do you have for junior bowlers wanting to start bowling, or to get out there on the lanes and to make it a competitive thing as more so than a recreational thing?
If I was going to give advice to anyone, it was something I always did was went out, watched professionals and watched other good bowlers in the area and tried to get my ball to roll down the lane like theirs. Anytime you can deviate or go away from what you do all the time and try to get something to react differently and still try to get to the pocket and strike with it, that's how you develop tools. And when you go to men's league or when you go to tournaments or whatever, you're going to need tools. So that would be the bit of advice that I would have. Get out there, practice till your thumb's raw, and then once it heals up, go do it again. That's all I did when I was younger. So
that is true, and you and I pretty much grew up together in North Dakota. We bowled a lot of junior events, and now we bowl a lot of adult events together. And I can easily say that you and I owe a lot of our current success to the junior programs that were available at the time. And it taught us how to win, how to lose, and really how to manage your game for the conditions, and I think that's a big part.
Without question, at the time we had a lot. At the time we had the Gary Anderson Travel League, and I got to say the rivalries and the fact that we had at the time when we were 15, 16, even 14, we had 19 and 20-year-olds bowling that they were there. We wanted to beat them. And those were our goals back then. So that's why you and I practiced so much to try to get better, was to beat them when we were much younger than them.
Right, and when you look at tournaments these days, I think there's a guy in the house too we used to bowl against, Scott Hanlos, is here bowling. He was in the same kind of era as we were back in juniors in North Dakota, and North Dakota since has moved to more of a high school team format, which is great and everything. They have a lot more teams from different cities, but where I think that does hinder the junior bowlers is when you turn 18, you either are going to go on a college team or you're going to come in blind at a tournament, like an NDBowling.com major, and I don't think they quite understand that that's a much bigger jump. Bridging that gap from when you're 18 to out of college is tough to do if you only bowled in high school against high school kids. I think I will, echo what you said. Bowling against the older kids kind of taught you how to lose and taught you how to win. And I think that's going to be the hardest part by having just a strictly a high school thing in our state anyways.
That's very true, and not only are they kind of missing out on that, when we had those older kids, we could ask them, what do you do and how do you do it? So they're definitely missing out on some knowledge unless there's some really high quality coaching going along with it.
Right, and another thing to keep in mind too is junior gold stuff. Junior gold allows people up to age 20, I believe, the under 20 division. So now let's say you're a kid that's 18, you just graduated high school, you no longer have a high school team to bowl on. In North Dakota, we don't have the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour like they have here, which is an excellent thing. You and I have bowled many of those events growing
unreal.
up. And unless you're hardcore like us and start driving at midnight to get to one of those, that's hard to do. And so in North Dakota, you graduate high school, and unless you go leave state and bowl on a college team, but you still want your shot at junior gold, you got to remain in juniors. You don't really have many options at that point. And you and I growing up, we still had tournaments every weekend because that's what, it used to be till you were 21 or something like that. So that's a great area for bowling, and that's a good opportunity for people to just, I'm done with competitive bowling, and it's tough, and I don't know what the solution to that would be.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a gray area, to say the least there. But I would say if there's any younger guys listening, just to replace or to maybe get a little more out of your resources there. Go to the adults. Go to the best adult bowlers you know. Start asking questions. Most bowlers would be glad to give you everything they got to help you. In particular, in my opinion, the best coach that we have in this state and the most willing coach is Mark Brown out of Fargo at Red River Lanes. That guy's got a bowling brain, and he's got a passion for helping people trying to get better at what he loves. And that is the long and short about Mark Brown to me.
And yourself as well, if you're up in the Minot area, the Williston area, Bismarck, the western North Dakota side, get a hold of Matt. He's willing to help you with your game. And then if you're in the eastern part of the state, you can get a hold of Mark. Look for them. They offer great insight. They can do some video for you, let you know kind of what you're doing, kind of maybe tweak your game a little bit to give you a little more success on the lanes. So get a hold of both of them.
Yeah, I get real excited when people want to get better at this game. It just and there's nothing better than having a guy change his mindset a little or change one little thing in his physical game, and then he throws that flush hit. I get super excited every time. It sends goosebumps.
And believe me, as a bowler, I know. Little kingpin quote there for you. If you go out there and you make a change in your game and it works, and then you're able to repeat it, you get that sort of adrenaline rush, like you want to keep bowling and you want to keep practicing that. And then once you, like you said, create another tool for your game, it's like in golf. Like, you get your first birdie, you could have the worst round going of your life, but once you get that birdie, once you hit that really good shot, it brings you back again. And bowling, I think, is no different.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It really does give you that little bit of an adrenaline rush.
Well, looking back at our action here, we are midway through the second game. Really good shot there by Darren Hansen.
He smacked that 7 right out of there.
Doesn't look like Clayton Moore is having too much of an issue here on this pair as well. He is the G on the screen, bottom right.
Straight up G. Yeah, he's definitely moving into his comfort zone now. He knew that he needed to move left to probably stay away from where Henry was playing there, but now he's just the slow wheel, like we all know from Clayton.
Yeah, and that's why he's so dangerous late on day 2 as well in every tournament that we've seen. So
that, and he knows his equipment. It's unbelievable.
And that is a big thing bowling these tournaments, knowing and understanding what you have in the bag and when to use it.
Yep, that's something to definitely think about as you progress and you learn what bowling balls and what cores work for you. And look at it, he's got a crowd of pins going after the 10.
There was at least 2 going over there.
Oh my gosh.
One.
I wonder, do we know if there's any youth bowlers bowling here today? And is this like a Smart Fund event? Do we know?
I'm not sure, and most of the time if they do bowl, it's got to be to a Smart Fund. And not aware of any youth bowlers out here. It is very possible. See, and there that shot there by Darren Hansen, like you were mentioned earlier, the 2 lefties on this pair to start were playing inside of him. And it looks like he's trying to find something right now. That shot was much farther in than where he started this game. And it hooked up on him and went nose. So there's that transition we were talking about on the left side for our featured pair.
That's his second consecutive split there on lane 14.
So something to watch as the tournament progresses here, because this will be our championship pair. I don't know, are they re-oiling here?
I don't know, but I would not anticipate that they are.
Okay. So these might get a little beat up by the time the bracket comes around, which is top 16.
Now what Darren may run into here is he's got to follow those same two lefties the rest of the day. So it'll be interesting to see what he can make happen if this is what he's got to work with the rest of the time here.
And once again, they're competing for a $1,200 top prize, which is pretty good considering it's only a $60 entry. So
20 times your money. That's nice.
that is pretty good. So if you don't have this tournament on your schedule, keep it in mind for next year. It'll likely be around the same time, and we here at NDBowlTV might be here again. Send a little thing out here on Twitter for everyone. I'm guessing we should be getting a score sheet, if not soon, probably after game 2.
Should be an interesting read. Clayton Moore going for 6 in a row here on lane 13. Waves it off to high flush.
It's usually a good sign when you don't like it and you go high flush.
Yep. It's a great sign for him, not so great for everybody else.
Yeah, I think that's the last guy you want to see shoot a big game in a tournament.
Or waving off flush hits.
Not liking strikes, yeah.
Yep. I'm seeing that out of bounds build on this pair and the surrounding pairs though.
So the Hall of Famer and seasoned veteran himself, Jack Nelson, was correct.
Jack himself will not likely be on our feature pair today. Actually, I know for a fact that he won't be.
Yeah, we saw him on our shot here the first game, but we will not be seeing him the rest of the day unless he makes the bracket portion.
Looks like he can punch the 10th for 203 on his spare right now. Darren Hansen has made a considerable move to the right. He's now throwing pretty much across where the two lefties before him were playing, so he's trying to find a little more area, I think. But it's just the pattern itself just a little too flat, and that one broke a little too sharp for the leaving the 8 pin there.
You know, I will mention that if you're a handicap bowler out there, you bowl in predominantly handicap tournaments, this would be a good tournament to try out next year. You know, the handicap is 80% at 220. There's bowlers of all skills in here right now, so it'll give you a chance to compete in a tournament and also watch some more highly skilled bowlers. So
Without question, the oil pattern is not a house shot, so you'll be challenged, but also because of the high handicap, you'll be getting all the help you need to as you progress here. So probably a great tournament to learn something at. The Revolt Havoc, that was the purple ball that
yes.
that was being thrown by both Clayton and Darren initially there.
I believe they've switched since then.
Yep, both to the Venom Toxin. As far as ball companies go, this is a pretty motive and storm-heavy center, thanks to Clayton being with motive, and then Matt Meyer here also being with Storm and Roto Grip.
And I would like to mention that if we do get a 300 game today by anyone throwing an Ebonite ball, because NDBowlTV is covering the event, we will give them a free high-performance bowling ball. Compliments of ndbowling.com and Ebonite. So if you know NDBowlTV will be covering your event, please go out, drill up an Ebonite ball. And if you throw 300 with it, you'll get a free one. So good incentive from our sponsor here at NDBowlTV is Ebonite.
What's your favorite Ebonite bowling ball right now, Darren?
That'd be tough. You know,
you have more than one?
I do. I really like the Game Breaker 2. It's a classic. It's a really good ball. Rolls really well for me. I actually have two of those. And the Warrior is a very good ball, the one we're giving away on the website. It offers a good motion for me for being an asymmetric bowling ball. I'm really looking forward to getting that Elite Warrior once that comes out. I believe it's December 1st. Yeah, a lot of good new equipment coming out from Ebonite, so be sure to keep an eye on them. And
Clayton Moore once again here with 7 in a row. Now 8.
yeah, he looks pretty comfortable with that ball, doesn't he?
That would be yes, that would be definitely the case.
And if you're a bowler in this tournament right now, on either side of that is not what you want to see from a guy like Clayton.
Yeah, there's a decent possibility of him going to the wall for this one for 290.
Darren Hansen here, big 10th frame to save 199. So
this is one of those ones where if you can get all 3 in the 10th, you'll feel good about that 190. That does not look very good though.
And this is where you and I brought up earlier about a 6-game qualifier. You know, the margin of error is a lot smaller than if you had an 8 or a 10-game qualifier. So these guys have a little more pressure when it comes to, you know, keeping your score up and staying within that cut line, because there aren't that many games to bowl.
Yeah, this is only game 2, but that this impending 179 by Hansen would be frustrating anytime. But even more so with less games to come back from it. Because you got to think he's with the high handicap, and he's for sure coming in here scratched. That 179 is even worse.
That is true, yeah. He's likely not getting any handicaps, so, you know, somebody with a bunch of handicap shooting the same game is going to gain on him quite a bit, so.
I think that was good.
A lot better.
That was pretty well projected there. Yeah, with the handicap being it's 80% of 220, correct? With that handicap, pretty much if the whole field hits around their average, the scores are going to be probably around a 208, 210 average across the field, so that's what you need to be expecting.
Do you know if there's a cap on the handicap?
I don't, but I don't think that there would be. Because they wouldn't want to limit entries with a cap.
Right. I know there's a few tournaments out there that do have the handicap pin count cap, so. Once again, we're wrapping up game 2 of 6. Clayton Moore still on for 290. They'll be up here in the 10th soon. Let's take a closer look at those scores. Very thankful this week that our scores are showing up well. Last week we had a little trouble with them being so bright that they weren't showing up well on the camera. And our next tournament here on NDBowlTV will be the 10-game marathon. If you want to watch any of our archive shows or follow the complete schedule here on NDBowlTV, go to ndbowling.com and click on the NDBowlTV tab, where we have a link there to our Facebook page, our Twitter page, and the YouTube archives. So there's always something to watch. You can watch our shows from last year and then the 2 shows we've had earlier this year. So there's something for everyone. And the 2 shows we've already had were pretty exciting. So log on now and, well, not now. Watch live bowling now. You can log on later.
Big scores yet?
Besides the 290 we have here, possible. That's the only big scores we have. We have Mike Green here in near the booth. I heard someone talking behind me and I turned around and I didn't notice anyone until I looked down, and it was Mike Green. So we have to have a short joke on NDBowlTV, right?
Keep them coming, Sweets. I got a long drive.
We got to keep the good atmosphere here going. Any of you that don't know Mike, the short jokes are often. So he is in the house. He'll be bowling the Garden Center tournament. And if you haven't done so, come out to Alexandria and bowl. It's a great tournament. Good opportunity to get some tournament games in.
Is this 2 days or just 1?
Looked like Clayton inched left just a hair and mixed out his first hit in the 10th here.
So trying to stay ahead of the transition, so to speak.
It's a good idea. It's another thing to think about. I mean, if you're bowling and you're bowling well and you're throwing it in the same spot, you're eventually going to wear out that spot. You need to be moving. That's another thing to watch if you're watching some of the better players. They're always inching left, especially when they're hooking it a bunch.
And I think that's something we can touch base on too. When you get to the scratch bowling scene and you want to become better, I think the ways to become better become more defined, such as, if you go out there and you trip 4, you and I call that a free move.
That's a free move.
And if you go out there and you shuffle them, knowing the difference between good strikes and bad strikes, or, good misses, bad misses, that sort of thing. And we both believe that's what Clayton did here,
Yeah, without question. I would say that any 300 game rolled by a higher caliber player, if you ask him, you say, you ask him if he moved, I'll bet you he moved at least 4.
Yeah.
Probably that game.
So a 289 on the board for Clayton Moore. Let's take a look at those scores. That is the final for a featured pair here through game 2. And I think if you're Clayton Moore, you'd like to stay on the NDBowlTV pair, apparently.
Yeah, the 289 should be sufficient to make up for the 180 start.
Yeah, so he's well plus now. And a game like that in a 6-game qualifier does go a long way. So
yeah, it takes a lot to ruin that.
But like we mentioned before, this is a handicap tournament, so a lot of things to keep in mind.
Yeah, he's moving to a pair that could be completely different, so you never know.
Well, while we have a minute here during some player movement, we're going to take a look at some of our sponsors. Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Also, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill here at the Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota. Great food inside the Garden Center, where we are at, broadcasting live from the SunOpta Sweeper, who is the title sponsor of this event. And also Walt Johnson Construction. I'd like to send a quick thank you out to our sponsors for helping make this event possible.
It's all about the team. It's all about the pair.
Well, this next group of guys, I don't recognize any of them myself right offhand, but we will be able to call the action on one player by name because it's on the back of his shirt. Austin Aikens here on the right lane.
Oh, you have Matt Dodge on the pair too.
Oh, Dodger's here now. Fantastic. We got two then.
Yep. And I do apologize, you know, that we are far from our home base here at NDBowling.com. We are out of Minot, North Dakota, and we are in Alexandria, Minnesota. So there's quite a few locals here that we haven't seen bowling tournaments, and we just don't know their names yet. So be patient with us. We'll try to get you the scores here once they become available. And what is Matt throwing there?
That's a Storm Lock. It's his newest ball. It's pretty much all he's been throwing since he drilled it.
Which seems to be a pretty good ball from what I've seen.
It is. The only problem with this one is the layout that he chose was not good for him back at the Indy Bowling Kickoff Classic in Jamestown. There was just too much oil for the layout, and I think he would have been a little better off with a different ball there. But it looks real good here.
Okay, that's fine. No, I don't mind the tap stuff. It don't matter. Yeah, that's fine.
Got to keep an eye on my power source here. We're connected into the wall, and the walking path is directly behind us. So if we cut power here, you might lose some sound for a minute, and hopefully it doesn't crash everything here. But we'll be keeping an eye on that.
It looks it looks still pretty solidly into the wall. So
once again, there's quite a few people here today. We have 81 bowlers, quite a few people watching as well.
yeah, this is well attended on both sides of the settee.
And I think those of you who watched our show last week are familiar with that green shirt there, the Cruises Pro Shop shirt. Tend to see quite a few of those around the area.
They must have got a good deal on those, buying them in bulk. Those guys seem to be everywhere.
Yeah. And I think how this is working out with some lanes having 7 and some having 8, we're going to have a few delays here and there. I know the pair to the right of us, or it was one of the pairs with 8. They're still finishing game 2, and we're in frame 2 of game 3 on our featured pair. So eventually they're going to start stacking up here and might cause us a little delay. So
Yeah, it's part of the deal. Handicap tournaments, maybe a few less strikes thrown, and if you catch a pair with maybe a few people that throw more frames with 2 shots, it's gonna get things a little bit slower.
you know, and if any of you haven't been out to watch at a bowling center where we are live with NDBowlTV here, you'll know that there's a wide variety of setups that we have. Some centers, it's a much better setup than others, and you know, we have kind of limited space here today, and we're pretty close to the bowlers, so there's quite a bit of movement around us, and I think at times it makes me a little nervous with how much stuff we have here in such a small area, and then so many people moving around. So a lot of liquids everywhere. So I'm hoping there's nothing catastrophic happens here today, but
so far so good. Lucky for us.
I think over the next few months we'll be upgrading a few more things here at NDBowlTV to offer a better experience for you, the fans. So stay tuned for that. We got some exciting shows coming up. We'll be live from the 10-game marathon at the end of December, and we'll be up in Winnipeg for one of my favorite tournaments at the Manitoba Open. And just a week later we'll be at the CMA Memorial Shootout. So within 4 weeks we have 3 shows going on there. So be sure to head over to our YouTube page, hit the subscribe button. You'll stay updated on when we have shows.
Yeah, without question, I'm looking forward to the new computer and those upgrades.
Yeah, it'll allow us to do a lot of things, actually. We'll be able to put some more graphics on the screen. We'll also be able to do put up live tweets from our fans through Twitter. And then we might even be able to kind of work with replay. So when during our close matches and stuff like that, we'll be able to recall good shots or unfortunate shots, you could say, as well. So
Matty Dodge in his comfort zone there, ripping rack from the center of the lane. So with the new equipment, we would have been able to replay that hit.
We would have.
That's pretty cool.
Just the computer we're using right now isn't strong enough for some of the applications that we have available at the moment. So once we get a more powerful system going on here, we'll be able to do that for all of you. Now we have a question here in our chat room from Thomas Wolf. How's the scoring pace going? Do you have any insight on that, Matt?
Hey Thomas, how you doing, man? It's pretty good. Clayton had the 290. The guys that are playing your favorite part of the lane, Thomas, right in the middle, are doing pretty good as long as they don't get it out too far. There's not too much bump back from the right, but the middle's getting pretty good. As far as the pace, though, it's hard to say just because we don't know who has what handicap.
Yeah.
I would say it's safe to assume Clayton at, I suppose he's at 69 over. He's close to the lead, I would say.
Yeah, through 2 games, and we should be getting a score sheet eventually, maybe through 2, maybe through 3 games, but when we do, we'll give that to you. Got a shout out from Ken Fletcher, who was on our stream last week. He's back in Fargo watching the action. He's asking why you and I, of all people, are making short jokes to Mike Green. We're one of the shortest people in the building right now.
That's fair. I got to stand on a couple phone books to get up to the microphone here. So.
And we'll be working on a booth cam at some point for you folks at home. So if we had that working today, we'd be able to show you this happening here.
And you can hashtag looks for radio at that.
Looks like Matt Dodge is out to a quick 4-bagger in game 3 here.
Cashed in that Brooklyn in the second frame with 2 pretty good shots in the third and fourth.
Looks like we have a couple good games here, and the bowlers on the right lane are struggling on lane 13. Looks like everyone's got open strike here going on.
I think the initial friction in the middle created by Trutwin and Lee on this pair is actually benefiting Dodge because he likes lanes that hook early and then set, and he just got his favorite reaction there on lane 14.
Well, and I'm looking down towards the end of the house, and they have some garden center tournament going on, and I see Dan Bach, Chad Nelson in the house.
I kind of wondered why they were here.
Yeah, it looks like they're over there bowling with Matt Meyer and Brady Stearns. Looks like Tom Korth is over there as well. So some of the big names from Minneapolis are up here bowling today.
Brady, when I talked to Brady Stearns, he expressed to me that he was a little bit bummed to be bowling that over there and that he'd rather be bowling this.
Well, yeah, it's such a good payout for such a little entry that, and considering the Garden Center does go multiple weekends, I think he would rather done both. And it just so happened that when him and the guys were bowling the Garden Center tournament, it happened to be this day, and he didn't realize it right away. So.
Yep. A great pickup of the 2-4-8-10 there on lane 11.
Got that one a little wide for Matt.
Yep. If Dodger misses, it's got to be toward the pocket for it to work. Just an illustration of the low rev shot. Each style of bowling gives you a miss one way or the other. So only very few will give you both. But Dodgers doesn't, at the part of the lane he's playing, Dodgers low rev style doesn't give him miss to the right very much.
And a question in the chat room, is Clayton Moore still throwing the Havoc? I believe he is.
No, he switched from, he had the Havoc the first game for the $180.
Okay.
Switched frame 2 of game 2 to the
Wasn't it a Venom? Yeah.
Venom Toxin, the purple one, and then he's stuck with that still.
Okay, I must be looking over at the one Darren Hansen is using on the rack over there, because there's still a Havoc over there, I believe.
That Havoc belongs to Terry Sanis.
Okay.
Yep. suppose that's one thing me and Marshall are pretty good for.
Yep.
Yeah,
You guys always know what ball everyone's throwing.
that's it. It's part of the deal.
Like I said, Marshall is a good bowling knowledge for a guy that doesn't bowl very often.
Ask him some baseball stats one time. See what you get.
I don't think we're going to do that at the 10 gamer because
No.
even though it's going to be probably a 7-8 hour show, we'll keep it bowling.
Well, if nothing else, he definitely got his all the stats memorized from softball last year.
Oh, I'm sure he does. And everyone else's, I'm sure too.
Yep. Gotta say, the look to the pocket on 13 is fantastic if you don't overthrow it. That looks yummy.
And speaking of overthrowing it, that is one problem you and I seem to have every now and then. And for all you people out there, the equipment is very, is designed where if you let it work, it will. So overthrowing is something him and I have a bad habit of from time to time, and letting the ball work is a big thing.
Yeah, in talking with Mark Brown about that, he attributes it to the high friction Guardian lane surface we grew up on. He thinks it's still recovering from that, I guess you could call it.
Well, I suppose the way to attack those lanes, everyone has always said, is speed and revs, and now that we're on synthetic lane surfaces, that's not exactly the best way to attack them. So you and I grew up on those and bowled on those until had to be 08, 09
Yeah.
area when they finally put in new synthetics up at North Hill Bowl. So
Oh, no, the 2011 and 2012 CMA were both still on the wood.
oh, so wow, that wasn't that long ago then.
No.
I keep thinking they did it earlier, but I suppose you would know. You are the 2011 champion of that event.
That's correct. And then McNeil, I believe, was it Pohl that was after me?
Scott Pohl was in 2012.
Yep, so that's him. Yeah, he was
Then
right
it
after
went
me.
Scott Pohl, McNeil, Dave Langer, Clayton Moore. So
That's an order of champions that we've gone over a time or two.
yes, we have. And another kind of quick statistic bit there. It's been 12 years at the Morris Anderson, and we have yet to have a repeat winner. 12 different winners in 12 years. So this year will be the 13th, and we'll see if we'll have another first-time winner.
It's definitely not something I'd bet against.
Such a strong field at that event. You have people from all over bowling that one, and it usually gets anywhere from 130 to 145 entries every year, and it's a pretty strong field, and you got to be in the top. What are we at, 36 in that event?
Yep. Top 36, regardless of entries, so even if they get 160, you still got to be in the top 36 because of how high and good the payout is there, where you get double your money even if you take last on day 2.
Which is very good. I think this year North Hill Bowl raised over $25,000 for that tournament is what the poster says. So good work by them. Jeff Craig and his staff up there do a great job.
Yep, that is some dedication to do that every year for that event.
And branching off of that as well, Manitoba, what can you say about that tournament? Ran by Melody Savage and her staff up there. The money they raised for that event, and it's so well run every year. They've got at least 10 or 15 volunteers every year to get that tournament running, and they rolled out the red carpet for us at NDBowlTV last year, made sure everything worked properly, and it was really, really good event. So
Yeah, she does a fantastic job. She does a great job getting sponsors. I don't know if she goes around selling ketchup popsicles to all the upper Canadian cold folks up there, but
Yeah, and gives them the buy one get one on Caesars, or a favorite among our Canadian fans. Once again, we're in game 3 of 6. Following qualifying, we'll cut to the top 16 into a single elimination bracket to determine the final 4, where they will be in a stepladder format. They'll be put into that stepladder based on their 2-game total of the first 2 rounds. So every pin does matter. Even if you beat your guy, make sure you get as many pins as you can, because it could be a matter of bowling in the first match on the stepladder or bowling for the title automatically for the $1,200. So
yeah, very unique. It's something I've never heard of until here. Doing it that way.
And once again, this is a handicap event. It is 80% of 220. Once we get a score sheet here, we'll have a better idea of what the scoring pace is currently doing. A good spare pick up there on lane 14.
A little saucy on the 6-7.
Okay, let's take a quick look at those scores here. See some pretty good games going on. Once again, we don't know the extent of the handicap per individual, so to speak. So once we get that score sheet, we'll have a better idea.
Had a washout in the second grade, just a 5
Let's go over to our Facebook page and see what our like count is up to. All right, we are currently up to 983, so 17 likes away from our free bowling ball contest that we will run once we get to 1,000 likes. So head on over to Facebook, search NDBowling.com, hit the like button. Once we get to 1,000, we will give away a free Ebonite Warrior. We'll probably do a guess the score contest here in the next couple weeks for those of you who like the page. So if you want a chance at a free bowling ball, head on over, hit the like button. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Looks like Darren Hansen's having a little easier time on the next pair over. Started with an open, but now 4 of the next 5.
Yeah, he's got 108 there in the 5th with a strike up in the 6th. So,
And it looks like he took another big step to the right, so he's playing him much further in than I've seen a lefty play him in quite a while.
I find it interesting in a tournament setting that they got the music playing awfully loud in here, you know. Maybe it's the relaxed atmosphere they're kind of going for, which we don't see that often in tournaments.
Suppose that could be true. What are we listening to here? Some Celine Dion? Is that what I hear?
Kind of hard to tell, but I'm sure some of you at home can hear that as well.
Definitely sets the mood.
I remember back in juniors, there were a few times where they left the music on at North Hill Bowl, and I actually enjoyed it, you know, and they put a kibosh to that awfully quickly. So, you know, some bowling centers have the music playing, some don't. So,
I suppose if you decide to keep the music playing, you got to give people the option of doing the Mike Skinner and getting the earbuds in here.
yeah, that is true. At some point today, I think we're going to have to kind of step aside for a minute, grab lunch, take a quick break, but we'll probably do that after this 6-game qualifier. I'm sure there will be a time frame in there where they're going to have to tally up scores and determine our top 16.
Sounds good. Sounds like a good time to go across to Fat Daddy's.
Yep, very good food inside Garden Center lanes here, so go check them out the next time you're out bowling. Joel Galley in the house today. We've seen him quite a bit on NDBowlTV, so good to see him out bowling a little more this year, it seems.
Yeah, Joel, you having a great year, doing a lot more bowling.
I think one of his kids is actually going to college down in South Dakota, so the trip last week down to Sioux Falls was, you know, kill 2 birds with 1 stone kind of thing. So
It's always good when you can do that with a bowling tournament. My wife doesn't always appreciate it, especially when the tournament's unexpected. Well,
yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know if you noticed that, Matt. If you look behind by where the counter is and look up, there almost looks like there could be a press box up there where we could have set up for a little more of a unique perspective. But I don't know.
That looks pretty good.
I don't know if there's something up there, but that could be. You could easily mount a camera up there, and we'd be away from everyone.
The bowling stadium looked down on this today.
Yeah. I didn't know that was up there. I wonder if that's a separate room up there or what. I'm not sure. Well, Mike, do you have any update from the bowlers down there bowling the first shift? Is there any big scores going on? Really?
Doesn't look like they're doing real great.
Oh, considering they're all like Hall of Fame caliber down there and they're not doing that well. So down at the Garden Center tournament, we have some highly skilled bowlers, so to speak, down there. I think Chad Nelson, I think he owns more CBA titles than anyone.
I believe he is Mr. CBA.
So
looks like we got Bob Hager down there and Dan Bach, Dave Ullman.
yeah, and just got the update from Mike Green. There's nothing, no big scores going on down there. So it's not the easiest of patterns. I think they're bowling on the same thing we are bowling on here at the SunOpta. So well, we're getting close to halfway through our qualifying round here. It's a little after 1 o'clock local time, so another couple more hours and we'll be done with our qualifying around 2 o'clock. Should be around a 5 o'clock finish here, so those of you at home, if you're just checking in for a little bit and gonna go run some errands, get some stuff done on a Saturday afternoon, come back and watch the exciting portion, the bracket portion, later this afternoon. We'll be on all day, and we will be archiving this event once the event is over. So if you didn't catch all of it, you can always log on to YouTube and search NDBowlTV. You'll come up to our page. Please subscribe, and you can watch all of our past shows in the archive. We have some good ones on there.
Matty Dodge there, letter A on lane 13, buck 96 that game. Still sitting at about 40 over.
Which shouldn't be bad, but once again, you and I haven't seen a score sheet yet, so the handicap factor is in there, so we'll have to wait and see. It's hard to really determine how the scores are going without knowing handicap on each player. So Matt, after the 8-game singles tournament that we're bowling in Carrington tomorrow, what's next for you? What events are coming up, and where are we going to see you on the lanes?
Well, I've almost got the upcoming events page on NDBowling.com. I've almost got that memorized to this point. And if I'm not mistaken, the only thing after that this month is the King of the Hill, right?
That is correct. Yes.
So definitely that. December for me is pretty empty because I'm a FedEx guy in real life, and my Saturdays after Thanksgiving are all eaten up just like that turkey. So I am getting a group of guys together to come down here and bowl event on December the 20th, and that is the plan for the next 2 months, 2 events for me.
Perfect, and you will see TeamNDBowling.com at the State Scratch Team event in early December out in Fargo at the Bowler. And just like that, we do have a score update, so I'm going to pass it on to Matt, and he'll give you a little update on our scores, maybe get our top 5, top 10, and our cut line going on here.
I will come back to Thomas Wolf's question on the chat, and I will say scores are pretty high. Let's do it this way though. Through our top 5 are all handicap players with averages between 180 and 190. So my prediction about the 190 players doing well, I was pretty close there. And I believe these are all handicap totals that I'm viewing. And I think, and it is by game handicap included. So right now your leader is Harvey Hell. It could be Helly, but I'm going to go with Hell. And it's 530. He has a 538 total after 2 games. Paul Buendiger with 511 just behind him. Sean Wagner, 490. Alan Jackson 493, Sean Wagner 491, and Chad Litzinger, lefty from Grand Forks, North Dakota, at 484. Let's see here. Other notables: Clayton Moore. Clayton Moore is in 8th after 2 with 469. Austin Akins, gentleman that is currently on our pair, was at 458 after 2, tied with Steve Miller. Let's see who's in 16th here. And my good buddy Matty Dodge at 46 over, currently in 16th position.
See Joel Galley on there too, a little further down.
Joe Galley looks to be in about 24th place at 33 over. So scores, yeah, pretty high. Pretty high to make this one.
So I'm guessing the scores on there include the handicap on that score?
Yes, it looks like each individual game on this sheet would include the handicap.
Okay, yep. So yeah, pretty high scores here. It's kind of what you and I were talking about on the drive down here, how when it comes to putting a handicap tournament on a somewhat tougher lane condition, we both believe that it benefits the 180 to 190 average bowler because it's harder to keep that 220 average up.
Without question. The 180, 190 average players, I guess I would tend to believe that they keep their angle straighter and they just throw it right at the pocket. I was saying the 180, 190 bowlers that throw it real straight and can catch a turkey are the ones that are going to really benefit from this.
Right, I believe it's easier for them to throw a big game relative to their average than it would be a 220 average bowler. So,
without question.
Darren Hansen finishing up over here. If he picks the spare, he's got 247 on the board. So, good recover from that last, what was it, a 170 something game on our featured pair.
There he is, Darren Hansen. 5 over after 2 with a 179 game 2. So yeah, he needs this game anyway. Also on the sheet here in the seventh place is Scott Endersby.
Yeah, guy well known here on NDBowlTV to throw the first 300 on our show back in January at the Morris Anderson.
And first 3, first 8.
Yeah,
and almost taking the house record of North Hill Bowl. He was one. I think there was a shot where if he would have struck instead of spared, he would have taken the house record on a sport shot.
Wow. So very impressive there. And didn't he leave the USBC Open in the lead in singles this year as well?
Yeah, he did. That was quite an accomplishment. A very good 3-game set for singles from him there.
Which was eventually won by Ronnie Sparks.
Ronnie Sparks, 793 he had.
And that, speaking of the USBC Open, that'll be held out in Reno, Nevada this year. Are you going, and who are you bowling with?
Currently, my team looks like myself, Travis Hersrud, Eric Kempel, Bob Vandervorst, Randy Peterson. And then it looks like we're going to have a sub. Either my coach from California or my dad's looking like he's going to sub because Randy, I misspoke, Randy can't go. He just revealed that to us this week. Then the rest of Team Storm, Justin Coast, Jared Schmidt, and Phil Mann.
So very nice, a good team there. So those of you guys want to follow them, they're in middle of March down in Reno at the USBC Open, and TeamNDBowling.com will be there in the end of April. So some things to follow along. Ken Fletcher and myself have actually talked about bringing some of our equipment here on the road with us and doing a live podcast sort of thing from Reno when we go, which I think would be something cool to do to give everyone a good idea of what's going on. And with the new changes, we might have to keep that secret. We might have the higher-ups coming after us saying, you can't broadcast this, or you can't tell anybody information. You never know. But we'll see what we can do. give you some bonus coverage from the western half of the nation.
Looks like Clayton Moore on the pair to the right of the feature pair. Looks like, oh, he's ready to throw. You can see him right there.
Yep.
He's got first strike of the 10th. If he gets 2 more, he's got 205. So impending 195 for Clayton this game.
Yeah, he opened there in the 9th, and that kind of cost him that one.
Come across, and this one kicked in.
Okay, while we have a quick minute, we're going to give a big shout out to our sponsors. Ebonite is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. I'd like to shout out to Sean Morris, Rob Gottschall, Mike Flanagan, and the guys with Ebonite. Thank you for believing in NDBowling.com. They do a great job for us, and we appreciate that. You're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. We are at the Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota. If you're out here bowling the event or bowling anywhere here, or anything here in Alexandria, you can get some food at Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, home of the World Beer Tour. Our title sponsor here today, SunOpta, and also sponsor Walt Johnson Construction. So give them a call if you're any of your construction needs in the area. We have wrapped up game 3 here at the SunOpta Sweeper. All right, we do have a score sheet through 2, so if any of you are out there wondering how a certain bowler is doing, just let us know. You know, send us a tweet on Twitter, message us on Facebook, or in the chat room there. We will get that answered for you. Or do we have any more like North Dakota bowlers out there? How's Scott Hanlos doing?
Let me find him here. We got Brad Renner. Looks to be in about 30th. He is at 25 over. Tyler Meyer from Grand Forks at 18 over. Oh, Jared Schmidt's here. I better go say hi to him. He's at 7 over.
Very nice.
Ronnie Zutz at 4 over. Now I would say these guys are far from out of it, but the cut right now being a 223 average. That for a scratch bowler, even if you average 225 in league, that's going to be tough to hang. That's going to be tough to keep up with. I sort of wouldn't be surprised to see all 16 be handicap players with a handicap of greater than 20 or so by the time this is done. But you can never underestimate Endersby and Clayton Moore, though.
Absolutely, there's those big hitters out there can put together a string of games to bring them back into the tournament. That's for sure. All right, looks like we're about to get underway here for the 4th game of 6.
To answer your question, Scott Hanlos minus 49.
All right, so he's struggling a little bit on this pattern, which, you know, he does throw it with higher speed, so that might come into play when it's flatter in the middle of the lane where he likes to play. So,
yeah, this gets this kind of gets mentally grinding if you've got people playing left of you. You see the early read and you want to throw it harder, but at the same time you gotta let the ball work. Kind of like this gal here, hit.
And I will mention, we just talked about Fat Daddy's being a sponsor here, and the bar and grill is right behind us, and I think I smell onion rings, something like that. It smells really good though. And when you're in the booth and you're hungry, everything smells good, I guess. Coming from the restaurant.
Kind of reminds me of Sunset Lanes with the grill right at your back.
Yeah, have you been there lately and seen their new enclosed restaurant area there? And they have a new menu and everything like that. So we'll be, sorry to interrupt you there, but we'll be at Sunset Lanes in March for the NDBowling.com Classic, the final major of the season. So tune in with us there. We have some new and exciting things going on in that tournament. And if you're in the area, come out and bowl. We could use all the entries. And what were you saying there, Matt?
Oh, I was just saying, Tim the Toolman Taylor's paid a visit to that place. There's been a lot of home improvement.
There has. There's new seating, new scoring, I believe, too, at some point.
Scott Endersby just informed me that his game 3 was 248, I believe.
So that'll help him, yeah.
Which would put him right around 120 over, so that's good. That's one guy who's keeping his tournament average up.
And we have a shout out from the Barry Vossler in our chat room saying there's all-you-can-eat prime rib here from time to time, I believe, at Fat Daddy's. So those of you out here, keep in mind that prime rib, you can't beat that. And I look forward to seeing Barry in Carrington tomorrow at the 8-game singles.
Yeah, Barry's one individual that's certainly put a lot of time into making some improvements in his own game there.
Yep, I agree. I still call him the Southpaw Saw. I don't know if he knows that.
Well, he certainly earned it.
The Southpaw Saw, Barry Vossler in the house. You know what I've noticed here at NDBowlTV? that I don't know if people generally, like, they don't think we're actually on the internet or we're. And speaking of, that was perfect right there. I don't think people quite understand that we're live on the internet, and they come by and they make comments along the lines of that lady saying, "Can I just run out and photobomb?" I don't know if it's a case of, do we have to put red tape, like caution tape around it, saying, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm new to this whole thing, but
I think if we're going to do it, we should definitely get the velvet rope.
the red velvet with brass.
With brass, without question.
Because I know, like, the folks at Extra Frame and everything like that, at the tournaments, they've got they're kind of raised up on their own thing, so people can't really walk up to them and try to talk into the mic or tell us things that we don't, we're in the middle of a topic, and it seems like that happens a lot. And if we randomly switch topics, I do apologize, but you have to understand, we have constantly have people moving around us within a few feet of us at all times. And I'm constantly looking here at my power source, which people keep getting very close to the plug, and if they pull the plug, our audio goes and everything else. So like I said, some setups are a little bit better than others. My favorite setup has to be North Hill Bowl, because we can kind of set back in one of the table areas, and it's kind of hard for people to go behind us. And
Yeah, I just have to keep telling myself that Ryan Selk's here and my butt gets touched so much today.
But yeah, constant, player movement, and there's patrons out here watching. So, we do apologize if we quickly change topic, but we'll try to get back on task here.
As far as people we know on the feature pair, the young lady there in the orange jersey is Henry Trutwin's wife, Chantel. And also on this pair, you'll see him in a blue and black Roto Grip jersey with his name big and bold on the back. Dalton Lemke, one of the 10 individuals who recently set the scoring record in 24 hours over in Monticello, Minnesota at River City Extreme. They bowled for an entire day, and Guinness came out and they took down all their scores, and they set the record. I don't remember exactly how much they beat it by, but Dalton and James Macy, who is also in the house today, and one of my good friends, Frankie Jacobson, also on that squad of 10 that set that record.
Very nice. So some exciting things happening. It's not like you have to be, bowling a tournament to win or do something crazy. It's simply bowling all day and making scores. So
Dalton throws it pretty good here. Pretty solid at the line, comes out of it real smooth. Looking quite a bit better than the last time I bowled with him also. The Rainbow Argyle has gone to the wayside for today.
Just for one day.
Watch yourself in the last few minutes, Sadie.
You know what I'm going to do? Oh. Ah. There. Now nobody will sit in the chair that's guarding my power source. I put the cover on it. Once again, we are in game number 4 of 6 of our qualifying round. Once we get through game 6, I'll cut to the top 16. And we'll be on our way for the match play portion of the event. So stay tuned. We'll be here for a few more hours. All right, thank you, Barry Vossler, for tuning into our coverage today. Do appreciate the comment. We'll see you tomorrow in Carrington.
See you tomorrow, Barry.
Almost saw a 7-9 there out of Dalton.
Yeah, that was quite a bit of angle on that one. Let's see if we can get a look at what he's throwing here. Thought it might have been a game breaker too for you, Darren, because he was Columbia guy last time I watched him bowl, but that's definitely an IQ tour.
Yeah, they look pretty similar. So, and they rolled pretty similar as well.
Yeah, they certainly did back in Jamestown. So if this is 4 of 6, that means that game 6 we will get to see Scott Endersby.
We will.
Looks like Jared Schmidt also will be over here.
You know, I don't know if any of you watching are out in North Dakota, Minnesota, where you're located, but a funny story yesterday in our hometown of Minot, we had an ambulance stolen, of all things. I found that to be an interesting story. At about 1 o'clock, they were unloading a patient at the ER, and someone jumped in the ambulance and took off with it, and they ended up crashing the ambulance just outside of Carrington. You know, I don't know why someone would do that. What would make someone think, you know, this would be cool? But I think it's going to end up coming down on the taxpayers. But I find that interesting that of all things, an ambulance was stolen yesterday. So
yeah, it's a pretty interesting story. I bet the Facebook comments abounded on that one.
Oh yeah, a lot of people were talking Grand Theft Auto is what I saw. They wanted to get some extra money, but you know, I think it just goes to show that you really can't trust anybody. And we're getting to the season where it's so common around here to go out, start your car, walk inside, and let it warm up for a bit. But I definitely wouldn't keep it unlocked anymore if that's what you normally do.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate side effect of growth, I suppose.
Yeah, there's been a lot more people moving into North Dakota, and we're not necessarily saying it's the people moving in, but when you get, you know, more people in a smaller area, I think it's bound to happen regardless if it was the people that have always been there or the new people coming into town. So, you know, protect what's yours, and I think we'll all be all right. Kind of like protecting this power source we have going on here.
A little bit, everybody.
And all of our equipment surrounding several ounces, which I'm looking at the group that's going to be on our featured pair next, and there's quite the amount of adult beverages on that table, and when they move to our pair, I don't know where they're going to put them, because I think we have most of this table here. So
Might have to get out the card table and just stick it behind this set here.
No kidding. They should have put up a table for us back there, and we could have just sat way in the back and talked for you. Or our homemade press box up above the...
Yeah, it's the private box up there. The royal box.
Yeah. All right, let's take a minute and zoom into our scores here to see what we have going on in our featured pair.
Just had a question fairly politely said into my ear by a gentleman a second ago, asking if this is going to be online and able to view later.
Yes. Once our live stream is over, it'll take a few minutes for it to process on YouTube, and then you can go to youtube.com, search ndbowling.com or NDBowlTV, and you should come to our page where all of our tournaments are archived. Our past shows are on there as well. So.
There's been a lot of good things that you can go back and watch.
There is.
There's a lot of good stuff there.
And our two shows that we've already done this year, the Kickoff Classic and the Great Plains Scratch Classic, both had some pretty exciting matches in there. I think our first show this year had a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, and the title match came down to the last ball. So quite a bit of exciting things going on there. Check out the archive when you have a chance and watch our past shows. Looks like our Facebook page like counter is up to 987. We are 13 likes away from setting up a contest to give away a free Ebonite Warrior. So if you haven't done so yet, head over to Facebook, search ndbowling.com and hit the like button. You will be eligible to win a free Ebonite Warrior, which we will be giving away via a score guessing contest over the next couple weeks. So keep an eye on our Facebook page for that.
If you guys can see the deadwood over there on lane 10, that was the result of a Jared Schmidt 710 attempt.
Yeah, that's a few lanes over from our featured pair. You can see that down there.
You're like 76 just here alone.
Looks like we got the front 6 going on here on the immediate pair to our right. So, and another guy with the front 5. So something to keep an eye on over here.
If memory serves, the front 6 on the top belongs to Mr. Austin Akins.
Okay, and do we know who the other one is here? He's just coming up to bowl on the second lane to the right of our featured pair. He's got the front 5 and about to throw.
I actually do not know who that is. I can find out.
Oh, that's a 3-pin leave, so good run there. We'll keep an eye on the other one for you. So our front 6 bowler will be up on the first lane to the right of our featured pair. Keep an eye out there. The next ball thrown there will be Austin Akins, who has the front 6. We'll try to catch what he's throwing here.
Oh, it's the same, that same Revolt Havoc.
Okay.
Real straight trajectory. Oh, he pulled that one a little.
Yeah, so a 3-6 lead. Good run for Austin.
Last Friday. No, I had to work the next morning. I was a little bit hungover, but it wasn't too bad. I went to Texas Roadhouse with my family for dinner, and then we went to the friend in Buffalo in Big Lake, and then we went to the Third Rail, the new bar in Big Lake. It's a good time. Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Okay, the owner of the front five on our adjoining pair, the guy's name, I didn't know his name is Bob Miller, and he was 30 over after 2 games, so definitely in the hunt. He's bowling scratch today, though. That's not making it any easier.
Yeah, that's for sure. And if you're just joining us, we're at the SunOpta Sweeper, 4th annual. This is a handicap event. The handicap is 80% of 220. We're bowling on what is the Garden Center tournament shot, which is a 41-foot pattern. It's a 4.6 to 1 ratio, but most of that cliff is on the outside part of the lane. The middle is actually pretty flat. 26 milliliters of oil. So it's not the easiest thing, and like Matt and I were discussing earlier, I think it does benefit the bowlers who play a little straighter, and the 180 to 190 average bowlers who it's much easier for them to bowl, 10, 20, 30 pins over their average than it is a scratch bowler to do that with their games. So
and example of that, Clayton Moore started the day with 180, then he went 289 here on the feature pair. Followed that up with a 190, and then this game he's got 65 in the 4th with a spare attempt coming here in the 5th. So for those scratch bowlers on this tough shot with the unexpected transitions of bowling with handicap players as he chops the spare there, it's making it a little more difficult for them to keep those high averages.
looks like Darren Hansen is struggling over there a little bit as well.
Yeah, he's been a little hit or miss since the big move right that he made.
let's take a quick zoom into the scores here on the featured pair and see what's going on. Got a couple good games up here. And then relative to the current handicap situation, the others could be having some good games as well. We just don't know it.
Should I run down and see how the locker guys are doing it? See if there's anything big going on down there?
Oh, you can. You could always talk to Mike Green and see what they're doing, because I know he's been watching for most of the time they've been bowling down there. So.
Literally last week. It's been 1 week. You would have noticed though. There's about 8 of us here. Because they're all down there. Pulling
Looks to be about the same as what Mike mentioned. There's one big game, but when I asked around, they didn't start and they're not ending with anything real strong. So surprising out of those guys.
Yeah, I see Dave Langer down there as well. Once again, we're in the middle of game 4, I believe. Got 2 more to go.
Scott Endersby continuing to stay strong. He's got 258 left this game with the 8th, 9th, and 10th to come. As we look at a great shot by Dalton Lemke there.
There's no reason that shouldn't be front set.
Yeah, let's quickly go over our payout today, what everyone is kind of shooting for here, and then we'll do another update with our scores. We're going for a $1,200 first place prize. Second place $800, third place $550, fourth place is $430. 5th through 8th will get $200, 9 and through 16 will get $125, and 17 through 20 will get $90. They're also awarding the high qualifier $100 and the second high qualifier $50 as an added bonus. So I'll turn it over to Matt now, and he'll give us an update on the scores.
All right, currently we have everyone's favorite country singer, Alan Jackson, leading the field at 147 over after 3. followed by Harvey Hell, just 2 pins behind him, 745. Paul Buendiger keeps staying strong at 735. Scott Endersby, I'm going to say that's one of two. Oh, there's one of three. There's 3 scratch bowlers in the top 16 right now. Scott Endersby is leading them with 122 over. Rounding out the top 5, Gary Carberry with 121 over. Let's see here. Looks like the high North Dakota guy right now is Chad Litzinger. Looks to have a pretty good look. He's 118 over. John Lee, who started the day on our feature pair, is in 13th spot at 74 over. Clayton Moore currently is the number at 64 over. And right now the cash line is Tyler Pomplin, who is 60 over.
Okay, so that's through 3. It's about a 220 average with handicap to make the cash line, and to make cut, it's just a shade over that. So some pretty high scores. About what we expected, with the added handicap being out of 220. It makes 220 the average, so to speak, with what's going on around here. So
yeah, 220 average, not always easy when it's not a house shot.
Right, when you're struggling to find a decent look that carries. And
Dalton Lemke, who appears like he's going to have the high game on our feature pair here. 268 possible. 43 under, so he needs it all, and then maybe 2 more just like it. Indie Bowling Hall of Famer and major champion Jack Nelson just passed by the booth. Looks like he's at about 46 over after 4, so that puts him close to the cut to cash.
yeah, still got a ways to go. Like he mentioned, if the handicap, you got to go a little more than that. So
yeah, he needs a couple good ones there probably.
once again, we are here at the Garden Center for the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper. A very well-run tournament, as well as for a good cause, raising money for the local food shelf. We are in Game 4, just finishing up Game 4 here of qualifying. We're doing 6 games, cutting to the top 16 for a match play bracket format where after 2 games we'll have 4 bowlers left, and based on their 2-round total score, where they will seed them 1 through 4 for a step ladder final, which will be right here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, joined by Matt Smallin today. We'll be here for the duration of the event. If you have any questions for us, just log into the chat room. Send us a message on Twitter or on Facebook, and we will get those answered as quick as possible. We do have score sheets through 3 games to kind of give you a good idea where your favorite bowler is. Just let us know. We have 81 bowlers here today, all playing for that $1,200 top prize. So tune in. We're just about wrapping up qualifying here in a couple games, and then we'll get to the match play portion. All right, we just got Dalton left here on our featured pair. Let's kind of look at the scores quick. He's still got 260 left on the board if he punches here, which will do pretty good things for his score and relative to the tournament. So let's see if he can finish that out.
Looks like he struggled bad on the fresh, starting with a $150, but they came to him and they're here. Let's see if he can cash it in.
See, and I do believe when it comes to a tournament like this, that in a tournament like this, you've got players that are either good on the fresh or they're better on the burn. And I've seen that in many different tournaments. So it's a matter of grinding your way through what you don't match up with, and then when they come to you, take advantage of when the getting's good. So that's exactly what Dalton's doing here.
Yeah, and I've in those kind of situations, I've also found that the guys that are better when they're worked like this and they're like playing way in, and look at the slow bender there, boom.
That's a good shot.
I mean, the guys that are better on playing like this, it's better. It's similar to just a game of bowling where it's better to punch out the back 5 than it is to string the front 5 and then stop.
Right.
So being better later is definitely, I think, an advantage in this game in tournament formats.
Yeah, and especially if they're not going to re-oil after the qualifying round, you have the advantage going into the match play portion and ultimately the step ladder finals.
Since we're a little unsure on that fact, I'm going to probably go talk to Nevin here real quick, and I'll find out if we are going to re-oil or not.
Perfect.
Okay, we are not re-oiling.
All right, well, there's your answer. So following the 6-game qualifier, we're going to go straight into the bracket, which is 2 rounds. First 2 rounds are single elimination matches, and we will determine a final 4, where those 4 will be seeded 1 through 4 based on their 2-game total in the first 2 rounds, and then we'll be into a step ladder finals right here on NDBowlTV. So stay tuned. Let your friends and family know about NDBowlTV and live bowling today. The exciting time is just coming up. And while we got a minute, once again, we'll take a look at our sponsors. Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. The Garden Center hosting this event today. Very nice bowling center. And you can get good food there at Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, the home of the World Beer Tour. Our title sponsor today is SunOpta. And Walt Johnson Construction. We're about to get started here in game number 5. The pair to the left is just finishing up. Matt, what have you seen out here today? What's your overall analysis of the pattern, how people are playing them, and the scores and such?
I think, well, I hate to say I told you so. No.
Hey, you can.
No, let's put it this way. Every average, let's see here. Actually, let's do it this way. Out of the top 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 bowlers out of the top 16 have averages between 180 and 193.
Wow.
There's 2 scratch guys. Scott Endersby is the best of them by far now because he just shot 258, which gets him to 180 over, and that was darn impressive just off to our left here. And we're going to get a small taste of that as he comes to 11 and 12, and then finally he'll get his last game on our feature pair here. But as far as the way they're being played, it's starting to move into the middle. The out of bounds remains on the outside because the only way to burn that off is to have everybody to play out with dull pretty much, and that didn't happen hardly on any pairs, I don't think. So everyone's moving in. If you have a miss, it's going to be in now pretty much still. The out right around the track might be good on some pairs, but that's not going to be all of them.
All right, good little analysis there by Matt Smallin. We're up and rolling here for game number 5. Got a couple more games and then we'll be through to the next round. Top 16 do advance, and like Matt said, we've only got 2 scratch bowlers in the top 16 right now, and when we say scratch, that's out of 220 because our handicap today is 80% of 220, so even though a lot of people are considered scratch at 200, in this event it's 220 and above. So we had a little sighting of Dave Langer over here near the booth not too long ago. Good for him to stop by and say hi. Former Morris Anderson Memorial champion a couple years ago, I believe.
I think we should get me, you, Mike Green, Dave Langer, and one other guy who's under 5'5" and see how we do.
The all short team.
There'd be people behind our pair making jokes like, don't cut it off, don't set it short. Yeah, I can just hear it all.
We might have to put that on NDBowlTV, you never know. It's must-see TV, folks. And if you're just joining us and didn't catch that, we've got some of the higher caliber Minneapolis bowlers up here bowling the Garden Center tournament today, which is kind of coinciding with the SunOpta sweeper that we are covering here today. So if you haven't been to the Garden Center yet to submit your scores and to bowl the Garden Center tournament, please do so. They're running shifts all the way through the middle of January, so it's only 35 an event, I believe. So
35 per event. They have 2 shifts for team and doubles and singles. They have 2 shifts Friday evening, multiple shifts all day Saturday and all day Sunday.
Perfect. So if you haven't stopped out here yet, head on out. They have different times this year as far as their Garden Center tournament. It's normally a January through first couple weekends in May, but this year they are hosting one of the Minnesota State tournaments, so they are unable to have the tournament going on at that time. So they had to move their dates up to, when did it start? Back in September?
October 17th it started.
So middle of October through the middle of January. So different dates than people are normal to seeing here at the Garden Center tournament. So if you haven't done so yet, please come out. You know, it's only $35 an event. Get your scores out there, and maybe you can win a little bit. Well, let's take a quick look at our Facebook page as we are counting down to the 1,000 like mark in a free ball contest. And we are at 991. We are 9 likes away from running a contest to give away a free Ebonite Warrior, and we will be doing a guess the score contest once we reach the 1,000 like mark. So head on over to our Facebook page, hit the like button. Once we get to 1,000, we will run a contest to give away a free Ebonite Warrior. So head on over to Facebook. There's actually a pretty good chance we're going to hit our 1,000 like mark here on the air sometime today, so maybe we'll be giving away some details as to what you can do to win a free Ebonite ball, so stay tuned. All right, we got a Fat Daddy's menu here to look at. They got quite the extensive list of stuff on their menu here, don't they? Kids menu, pizzas sound pretty good. A lot of sandwiches, wraps. I think towards the middle of Game 6, we might have to order something so that following our coverage of qualifying, we can take a quick break while they tally up scores.
That sounds like a great idea.
Oh, that was pretty good.
The roar was for a conversion of a 5-pin by Chantel Trutwin.
Yeah, though the old bowling bet, if you leave a 5-pin, everyone with their hand in the air gets a drink if you miss it from you. And she barely got it.
She tipped it over. Yeah.
That's pretty close.
See Scott Endersby coming into view on the left here.
Looks pretty comfortable where he's playing.
He has a lot of A games, but he looks comfortable a lot of places.
Yep. Now, in the event that, once we cut to the top 16, the way it looks, most of them are bowlers we're not accustomed to seeing on NDBowlTV, so we'll do our best to identify these players, and we'll be able to figure out once we get to the match play and step ladder portions of the event. We got their handicaps available here, so when they are on set bowling the match, we'll know what each person gets.
Yep, there's a few. We're gonna need to meet some people and learn some names here probably.
Hey, we're fine with that.
Scott Muzzy. Call the man down. Go up that way.
I'm starting to think we're the only people that have a score sheet in the house.
I sort of am too.
It appears they're all on the back tables back here, but everyone seems to locate our copy and wants to know.
Yep, it's right here under the tripod.
Yeah, so everyone's crowding around here trying to look at scores, and
I sort of wish they'd set all their score sheets right here next to me so I could know if we could identify some tournament leaders here on the feature pair.
yeah, absolutely. We've got
All I know for sure is the guy in 19th place, Scott Muzzy, is on our pair. He's about to toe the line here on lane 13.
Yep, on the left lane on our pair here. It's kind of hard to see the lane numbers on our featured pair, but we are on 13 and 14 at the Garden Center. Looks like a decent shot, but that's what we were talking about earlier about kind of throwing it through the pattern. And
he's wearing a WDAY shirt from what the NDBowling.com Classic is now. What it used to be called. He's wearing one of those shirts, so he evidently bowled that event.
Ah, yes, good memories of that. Back when it used to be on live TV, and then a couple years later they got complaints that people would rather watch NBA basketball, so they moved it to a 11 p.m. show instead of live, and then shortly thereafter they went out of the tournament altogether, and that's where NDBowling.com stepped in, and we now live stream the event at the finals of that, which will be held March 5th and 6th this year. So if you're in the Moorhead area or want something to bowl, it's the season's final major, so come check it out.
Given the Fargo and Grand Forks area, something big to bowl that's a little closer. But I'm going to be there too.
Yeah, we both made the finals of that one. As in the final 5, I should say. Neither of us have won that event, which could change.
If not, then 2019.
Yeah, we're looking forward to 2019. And, I get the question quite often, what's going to happen if you bowl well enough to make an NDBowlTV show? Sometime the guy that kind of runs everything back here. The short answer is I don't know. I've got a few people that understand the setup here, and I think once I got it set up and rolling, it's just a matter of switching cameras and this and that. I think it'd be pretty easy for someone to learn on the fly and get a couple people on the mic, and I think we do pretty good. So I'm hoping that happens someday, because I'd rather still be bowling some of the big tournaments than being on the mic sometime, but we'll see what happens.
You might just have to get a really compact wireless headset and bowl with that baby on.
Yeah, just have the Bluetooth in like some guys we know that bowl back home.
Yeah. Don't do that.
We won't go there. Looks like we have a scoring error going on here.
Got the scoring monitor on the front 3, going for the gutter in the 4.
One of the main guys kind of getting this tournament put together and running it is Nevin here, the local, and he's done a great job getting NDBowlTV involved in this event, and we do want to thank him. He does I think he's taken part in No Shave November as well. He's got kind of a stash going on here. He's to the pair to the right, taking scores down, so just want to send a shout out to Nevin, and thanks for having NDBowling.com here.
Yep, this is his baby. He cares about it, and he does a great job.
And they raise a lot of money for the food shelf, so it is for a good cause as well. I'll have to start keeping an eye on the scoreboard. My beloved Bison are about to kick off from Fargo. They are playing today for the Missouri Valley Conference title, so a big day for them. Final game of the regular season before we kick off the playoffs next weekend. Any you football fans out there?
I came from the other side of the state.
Well, right here on lane, the left lane on our feature pair 13, we've got Dave Clausen, and I did not know this until just now, but he is Joel Galley's uncle.
Very nice.
Sitting here on the front four at plus 39.
And Joel's on our pair to the left, isn't he?
Yep, he's due to be on the feature pair next with Scott Endersby and Jared Schmidt.
Perfect. And we will mention Scott Endersby on the front four, so keeping pace with his normal.
Dave threw that good.
It's another X for Scott Endersby on our pair to the left.
He's just murdering rack.
Happens often on NDBowlTV if your name is Scott Endersby.
It's unbelievable. Dave Clausen currently at 39 over. Could really use a big one here.
Well, I'm going to step away for a quick second to use the old man's room, and I'll be right back. Just turn it over to Matt.
I'll try not to screw anything up. Joel Galley there with a nice strike on lane 12. Joel Galley's been spending a lot of time in front of the NDBowlTV cameras this season. Made step ladder at the Kickoff Classic as well as making the finals in Sioux Falls last weekend. Joel's efforts today so far have him at 37 over after 3, and I didn't see his fourth game, but I assume he could probably use a good score here as well. Lane 13, we have, I believe, what is another first. It's the 5-8-9 leave. I think the last time I saw this was when Ryan Selk left it in Jamestown, but I don't know if that was in front of the cameras. So let's see how this young man gives the 5-8-9 a run. Good conversion there. Well, Darren, you also missed something while you were away.
Oh, yeah?
The 5-8-9 was not only left but converted here on lane 13.
Oh, wow. Always miss something good when you leave. Always happens that way.
That was converted by Zach Littmer. So if any of Zach's friends are watching, be sure to heckle him mercilessly at League next time you see him for the 5, 8, 9.
Yeah, you and I are pros at doing that. No mercy. We actually don't even bowl on the same league team, which is it makes it kind of fun.
Well, hopefully the next time we bowl each other, Justin will let me match up against you so we can really start running some things out.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. We got to do that at least once this year.
Yep.
Considering we bowl every doubles tournament there is together, and it's nice to kind of bowl against each other in league every once in a while.
It's still hard not to root for your shots halfway down the lane.
Yeah, especially when our teams are bowling each other, you're like, come on. Oh, no, please don't.
Looks like Dave Clausen ended his string at 5 with a 7-1 there in the 6th. See if he can get off the sheet for 263 here. Looks like Scott Endersby strikes while we're looking and while we're not, so that's cool. He's on the front 6.
Yeah, Joel Galley's got a chance at a decent game here as well. Joel's throwing it pretty good. I'll give him that.
He's making it work. I would say one thing, and Joel Galley is a really good example of this. If you watch a bowler and he looks like he just utterly cranks on it, I think that how bowling looks and how bowling feels when you do it are two different things, and it can be really a big illusion. So, like if you were going to try to throw one like Joel appears to really crank on it, but if you watch it off his hand, it doesn't really read the lane that way.
I would agree with that. And that's why a lot of times if you get feedback from another bowler and they're like, man, you really cranked on that one, and then in your mind you're like, well, I actually thought I missed it a little bit, you know, or else the ball, like you said, doesn't read the lane as early as you think it would. It could kind of like lead you in the wrong direction to make a incorrect move, and that's why I think it's so important that if you've got guys telling you, you know, between this and that move or this and that ball, it's really important for people to understand your game. And
yeah, it's invaluable. I mean, I know you've talked about it many times on the stream, the times you were behind me while I was bowling match play or something like that. It's just it's something that you can't put value on.
yeah, absolutely. And I think we touched on it last week in Sioux Falls, and I know wasn't your best performance down there, but I had mentioned to Fletcher on our show that another pretty good shot there by Endersby right off the screen, but I mentioned to him after you threw a shot, I was like, you know, if we were bowling a doubles tournament, this is what I would tell Matt to do. And, you know, sure enough, you actually did do that a couple frames later, and you struck. So, you know, I'm right there with you. I think we know our games. We know each other's games well enough to where we can do that, where if someone else says, you know, I really think you yammed on that one, then, you know, at least you and I know the difference in our games, and you're not making incorrect moves based on information that someone else sees. So,
yep, another set of eyes, provided that they're the right experienced pair of eyes, I would say, it can do crazy things and can help you a lot. So don't ever be afraid to have anybody watch you bowl if you're trying to get better at this game.
yeah, and I will definitely second that motion. So. Good shot there by Joel and wraps 10. You got to think now, Scott Endersby, after that 250 game 4, he's now got the front 7. Maybe he's eyeing down that high qualifier bonus of $100 they're giving away.
Certainly is in reach. It's gotta be.
What do you think you're going to get here from the restaurant there, Matt? A lot of...
I think I have a lot of questions to ask. Those are some weird named burgers.
Yeah, the Brew Burger, the Big Daddy Burger, Carolina Burger, Nacho Burger. Interesting.
Might need to go find a full-size menu and see if there's any more details on there.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Well, Matt was on a mission to bring back a full-size menu, and he did. About double the size of the one I got here. Wow. We have quite the selection here.
So now to answer your question, I think the Brew Burger is in my future.
And the Brew Burger is fried onions, mushrooms, Swiss cheese, and brew sauce. Do we know what the brew sauce is?
I'm willing to gamble.
Probably a good idea. I like that buffalo chicken melt. That sounds kind of good.
Doesn't sound like you at all.
No. What is that? Crispy chicken tenders smothered in our hot and spicy sauce. Topped with tomatoes, Swiss, and cheddar. Grilled sourdough bread.
It's too bad we couldn't get this streamed on one of the local radio stations here. We might be sending people to Fat Daddy's.
Yeah, right? I actually talked to Jack Nelson earlier, and he is kind of trying to talk to the correct people to see if we could simulcast the KFYR TV Bowling Classic on NDBowling.com. So there wouldn't be anybody from NDBowlTV, so to speak. We would just carry their feed on our page. So I don't know if that's possible, or else maybe they will simulcast it on their website, so that we could get live bowling action of one of the season's majors out there for all you out-of-staters who are interested in the finals of that tournament, which are currently only broadcasts on Western North Dakota NBC stations. So we're working on getting that to a worldwide audience. So stay tuned on that, and we'll give you updates as we get them.
Sounds like a pretty sweet idea.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But who knows, with the new management at Midway and Jim stepping down, you may get to be in the booth anyway. We might get to hear your voice anyway.
It's possible. They mentioned that last year, that I would join LT in the booth and have a few words with him and visit with him about bowling, and that'd be really cool to get some, to be on live KFYR TV and talk about NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV and kind of what our mission is and things like that. So
Scott Endersby, while we weren't looking.
Oh, I was watching. You were getting the menu.
Oh, that's fair. Brooklyn this time?
No. It was
No,
actually
I
pretty
didn't.
good.
I didn't think so. Scott and Dalton Limke currently throwing the same bowling ball. Dalton Limke that had 230 that game.
There's a good chance here if we see Scott get this 9th one here, we might readjust our camera quick and give some bonus coverage. He's got the front 8 and he's up now in the 9th, so.
I think that'd be a good idea. Give Scott a chance at the first 2 300s on NDBowlTV.
I think Scott might be paying us to follow him around here soon, the rate it's going.
That'd be okay. Maybe buy me a brew burger.
Yeah, that's possible. All right, Scott Endersby is up 2 lanes left of the featured pair here, working on the front 8. And he got it.
That was pretty good.
So once we get a chance here, we are going to readjust our camera a little to the left and give you live coverage of another potential 300 here on NDBowlTV, so stay tuned. All right, let's see if I can do this without A, ruining my back, B, ruining our setup.
I have faith.
Well, that's good.
You need a hand?
Oh, no, we're good.
All right.
I suppose we have how many people here? Oh, just 2. So, just want you to know you are watching live coverage of NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Okay, so we are looking over here on Scott Endersby with the front 9, and he's also got the tournament lead, so he might be putting this one out of reach here.
Yeah, just was handed another sheet here, and Scott Endersby indeed is in the lead by 14 pins over Harvey Hell. Chad Litzinger, continuing some good bowling, has moved up to 3rd place, followed by Steve Clody at 935 and Laverne Lance at 935 also.
All right, we got Joel Galley just bowling there on lane 12, and then one more bowler, and we'll have Scott up here with the front 9. Tune in now, let your friends and family know. We got a potential 300 game here on NDBowlTV, so stay tuned.
You ask, you shall receive.
Currently 16th spot is owned by Carl Kraus at 76 over. Clayton Moore keeping himself in it at 77 over. Just 1 spot ahead of that.
Very nice. Did you mention the caching spot, the last cash spot?
It's going to be 4 more beyond that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Joel Galley, our current bottom casher at 65 over.
Okay. Well, here we go. Scott Endersby is now up. Working on the front 9. He's there in the hat. It's a little high, 4 pin, so a good run there by Scott.
I don't know if you saw that little hand twitch he just did on the way back, but off his hand, I thought he got around it, and he just motioned that he did.
Good observation there. Well, unfortunately, we won't have another 300 game here on NDBowlTV, but a good run there by Scott, and that should keep him comfortably in the lead.
Yep. In a recliner, in the lead. That's it.
All right, well, we're going to move our camera back here. Well, we're finishing up game number 5. Let's take a closer look at our featured pair, what we got going on here. Got a 228 on the board. Who is that, do you know?
That's Dave Dave Clausen, yeah, Joel Galley's uncle.
Perfect. So a good 228 there. That should help him out. Once again, the other scores up there could be good, as far as we know, with their handicap. So
Dave gets 0 sticks a game and was at 39 over going in, so that puts him at 67 over. Right near Joel, who was at 65 over on the sheet here. So he's put himself in position to at least cash if he can have another game close to that.
very nice. I think it might almost be time for us to get some food there, my friend.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's the old sheet.
Well, I think we're gonna let the stream run here for you guys. We're gonna start up game 6. We'll have Joel Galley, Scott Endersby. Who else do we have coming over here? Jared Schmidt. So we'll let you guys watch that. This is the final game of qualifying, and we'll let you know when we get back here. We're gonna go order some food quick, and we'll be right back with you.
bracket payoff during the first game of the match play. So we will be taking the top 16 for the match play and 20 casuals. Thank you.
want to take second? What? I suck, dude. You don't want. Yes, I can. It wasn't last time I bowled this. Or the time before. No, he said he wants the same luck as last time he was on TV. That means he's taking second.
That was all last year.
Right.
I tried talking to him beforehand, asked him if you're on this one. He didn't think I would come in.
Is your name Harvey Hell? No, I didn't think so.
Plus one? I got the plus 20.
Oh, yeah.
How was that
get
price? Oh, that's... Who the hell has a hammer bag of lane one? a great shot. Yep. All right. Well, we know what to do. He's firm with my speed the first one. Second one, I just got to I do the same. There's room to miss if you just stay firm with it, not try to overthrow. I'm not gonna lie, dude, I'm pretty damn stoked to have you on that team. Or any team. It'll be pretty good. I'm sure my level of stokedness is as high as Co's is. Fuck ball. Did he bitch to you about his blood?
He told me when he had last year, like his first 3 balls were gutter balls.
The first one was in the gutter, and 2 frames later we dumped the gutter. Huh? Thanks for the doubles. Yeah, I had a bad game. I sucked at it. I threw my first ball and one thing. Ball down, black and silver. Well, okay. Not the same shirt.
All right, that wraps up our qualifying portion of the SunOpta sweeper. We are going to tally up these scores and determine our top 16, and we'll be right back.
You tried to tell him, I tried to tell him, Frankie tried to tell him, everybody tried to tell him to get the delirium out of his hand. Frankie forcibly tried to tell him. Funny, he got delirium out of his hand and goes like 240. I don't even care. So she saw me when I was on 15. She thought it was cool. I watched last weekend. That's your lifeline. That's your lifeline, isn't it? Yeah, that's your lifeline. Where'd you get your audio from?
I order everything through B&H Audio Video. They're out of New York. I just go online and free expedited shipping on everything. So I got this, a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
I got a new tripod too.
Your Minnesota is now, I mean, you've done a really good job with NDBowling in Minnesota. And then Roofies is just completely falling behind. But I'm happy to see because what your efforts have done is increased participation, I think, across the state of North Dakota immensely. Because now people are able to be exposed, to these tournaments that are going on. So I hope everybody in North Dakota appreciates what you're doing.
They all say that we did a story on that back end, or I did a story back in a couple years ago, where I looked at tournament entries on all the tournaments that we covered. This is before NDBowlTV, and all of them jumped at least 10 entries from when we started NDBowling.com in 2012 until just recently. Really? All of them have jumped at least 10 entries. It's crazy. It gives people
But that just goes
recognition
to
and
show the exposure and what it can do. I mean, you're like a secondary.
And you're like, come on, just pick something. I don't care if it's the night I shoot 6-0. I'll make it adjustment.
You're like a.
Figure it out.
You're almost like a secondary promotional device for places that are hosting these tournaments. Yeah, they were doing that to us also. Yeah, I mean, think of what 10 entries means to a tournament that was probably drawing 40, right?
well, then those 10 guys go back home and they're like, this is cool. They bring 5 more, and then eventually it's going to be
That's the team.
How much did the Quaker get some quality?
it maxes out at 32 in that house because they only have 8 lanes.
Yeah, so there you go. But that goes to tell you right there.
Yeah.
In 8 lanes and you can max out 32. I don't know if it maxed out in the past, but for sure.
Yeah,
We're going to run a sweeper at Schiffler's place. That's 8 lanes. I'm going to stuff 36.
One night I'll come out there. I'll be throwing like a pin down.
Yeah. No, man. But yeah, it's awesome.
I don't come out with that pin down.
I wish somebody in Minnesota would take their on the right side. But good luck with the plug.
Thanks. I'm eyeing it now. There's too many people. All day long, like, just hovering around.
You know, it's like,
What happens if it goes?
hey, Paul, when we're done, I'll bring a sheet.
Like, the hub goes, this goes, everything hooked up to it, so that will lose power. It's got a battery, so that'll work. That'll still work. The audio won't work.
But in terms of the
Nights where it's at 15.
that's still going to be, like, if you were to boot it back up,
But there's still a battery on here.
That's crazy.
So the audio is the main thing.
The Craig Schiffler
It's the
wall.
mixer.
Oh, you mean the clip? It's not a wall.
It's not a wall. Sorry.
It is literally a clip.
It's a clip.
Because if you get it to the right, it goes this way. Yeah, and if you get inside the clip, all it does is do this all the way down the line. And then
Except for last week where you weren't bowling.
me and Evan have been running
The
these
cliff was
sweepers.
out and it created this hang.
So we've been running these sweepers.
If you got it outside the marker, it just
The whole premise of
if you were inside the marker, it took off.
oh yeah, it was horrible.
it's going to be unique
That
because
place-
you're going to get some people.
That place
I
is
think, on your
perfect
live
for the
stream
tug and
that-
pull with the knuckle up like 8. I throw it really hard up 8. You can't miss the pocket. But it has to go this way. If you do it this with it at all, it goes like this, and it goes.
How many subscribers do you have to NDBowling on YouTube?
And then if you get in and you try to soften up and twirl, you know,
blend
the
it
new
out.
interface on here. So
And that's
you
what I
can
told
kinda
him.
Put
If
whatever you want
the
on the
nights
screen.
where it's in at like 15
rather easily
and
by
you can
layers.
hold that wall, you can score.
And
Yeah,
then
but you have to blend it.
Like the
put
night
your
I shot
audio
750.
in, you can do
It was in
advertisements
there.
like
The
we
nights
do here.
I had 490 or
You know, and then
480.
this is what
For two
everyone
games,
sees.
yeah.
So
But
you
you
can
have to
compare
blend
the
it.
dot when you send it.
Right. Yeah, no,
It's really
it's
cool.
fantastic. It's good.
We had a total of $684.
Yeah, hopefully I'll make it out to the Dakotas this year. I lost my job in July.
Really?
Yeah, so I've been out of work since July. So I'm trying to get my shit taken care of, you know. I got to make sure that I pay my mortgage.
Yeah, I agree,
So-
man. I know what that's all about.
But if things get squared away, I'll be out there. Why not?
465. 42.
It's nice coming out here and seeing you guys.
4.
Oh, I was just saying, coming out to the Dakotas.
Last 4 digits
And you
again.
did African all last week too, right?
4.
Last year I didn't do.
How does the wife
deer though.
feel about you going away? She minded?
Well, she's got her own things too. Like we were both really busy. She's a cheerleading coach at my high, so she travels with the cheerleaders and does all that stuff. And then I do this, and we just got married, so it's not.
It's not a big deal. It's not like you're taking away from kids or activities.
Once we have kids, it's going to be a way of, you know, we're going to have to slow down a few things, and I'll probably do fewer shows and fewer things.
But you may be building a little bit of, I don't want to say an empire, but you may be building a little something here that maybe other people might want to get involved.
It's
If you
been
trust
wild. It's been wild. Like our Facebook page is, I'm running a contest where once we get to 1,000 likes on the Facebook page, I'm giving away an M&A Warrior, you know. And ever since we started that, it's been taken off, and I'm right now at 996. I need 4 more, and then we're gonna get. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run a contest where they guess my 12-game score at the North Dakota State Scratch Team. We go 6 games a day, and then guess my 12-game total. I'll give them a little insider info on me, just so they have a whereabouts of a guess. I don't know what the pattern is gonna be or nothing, and then closest one wins, and if there's a tie, we go to the next tournament.
I know.
People guess.
My wife was donating plasma today and watched
Perfect.
this. She
That's
loved
the point.
it. She loved it.
Yeah, that's the
I
point.
watched all last weekend. Loved it. It's fantastic.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Jeff Craig that pointed out last year, specifically for his Minot tournament,
Yep.
was the advantage of doing what you do. You don't have to be in a market. You can
Did you tell him?
use your device to
Attaboy.
tune into,
Proud of you.
you know. So it'd be interesting to know like how many people in the Minot marketplace were actually watching the show that was on television.
The K-Fire one.
Yeah, like what is the viewership, you know, in their marketplace? Are they getting? I can't imagine it's more than 3% watching that show. So if you can get 800 people,
You come up and bowl this tournament, the Garden Center.
Yeah, I'm doing it on December 20th. I'm gonna do it all day like I did last time.
in Minot is reports that people know about that tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, I want to say like you guys had hundreds of
I will say this though,
watching that at one time.
Yeah,
last
last year Manitoba had 150 at once.
Yeah.
It was wild. And the good thing about it is what I told Jeff, that's better about this is people like you guys that live out in Minnesota. You don't have to sit there and watch if your friends are on the show. You can go home and watch on your phone in the car.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the beauty of it. So
Yeah,
It's in it. Green just took out the 6-9. I saw it
yeah,
from
you're
here.
absolutely right, Darren.
Anyway.
All right, my man.
Yeah, I'm getting
You
10
keep
guys
up all the
together.
good work, buddy.
thanks, man.
I'm bowling on December 20th.
As long as Clayton's not one of those guys.
Al Williams.
He might be.
What's in your score sheet?
He doesn't want me, so
Al Williams.
I'll probably quit by then.
I bowled the late shift on Thursday 6 times. 4 times I bowled against Clayton.
You should have got more specific on your Facebook post.
All right, we're
Said
gonna
that you want
get going on the Dino
if you're delivering packages of
Everybody get your red tickets ready.
take them to another level. That's,
I'll probably deliver enough cash and won't even know it. Here's your pair of sneakers. Thanks,
how
man.
many dildos do you deliver to you?
Probably a few. Just pick it up and it shits me.
Who would want something with a box that's this long?
Here's your unmarked brown package, sir. Forget what I brought. I don't forget what I took up to this lady's house. All it was 50 pounds. It was like a rolled up bed or something like that for a kid. There was 3 of them. And I could only bring them up one at a time. And it was 3 flights.
First winner.
The 3rd floor. So it was 3, 3, 3. Yeah. 50 pounds. Because I told them to take her shoulders.
They call it
I weigh what, like 120 pounds?
I don't have any of those.
Oh, that's right. Congratulations. I saw the video of you throwing the bowling ball. That was cute. Other than it took forever for the ball to come back. That was Jim's fault. He was back there milking it on purpose. Like he had the thing in his hand and he was just waiting. Huh. That son of a bitch.
Next winner, 554 2875.
Ones that do? Hey, there's no reason I should have
2875.
It's exciting. Rip 7, Rip 9. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It's about to turn 4.
You had no idea.
I can't even think that it was fucking 4 years ago.
That's like half the ball.
Here's the thing, though, we've only been married.
You shot 290.5 and they got 8 on it.
Most people frown upon that, but I'm like, whatever.
Oh, wow.
Next winner, 554 2772.
You want some? I got some.
You get the choice between these 2 bowling buddies, and you're right there. All right, next winner, 554 2940.
They're redoing them. How many? What? They're redoing the lanes.
2940.
So.
You don't think so? I don't think so, right? They're not supposed to. I don't think so. Okay.
So I think top 16 will be
Down here.
here, so. Man, the creek's good.
Are we still going to want hoo-ha? We kind
For
of
the pin, it's on by the go.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what we do back home. Yeah, 8 at 3:30. Might be it for the day.
554 2976. 2976.
They already did this, didn't they?
No, I haven't heard anything. First thing they've done is the raffling off all this stuff out there.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll have your scores all figured out here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I don't even.
No change since the stage.
Did they do the 50-50 yet?
And last call on the silent auction, we have
I didn't even hear them. They probably
the
kept calling
team
on.
entry to the Garden Center, Kirkman, and autographed Chris Carter picture. We will shut that down at
That's difficult.
3:50
Yeah, they already did this.
on my phone.
Well, they need one of the things to point this way. They're all up here and they point towards the lane, so you can't hear them. plus on bowling.
All right, these are done.
Dave Langer with us.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop as well.
It looks like red.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, but
Little
keeps me
7
busy and it's like supplemental income.
Entry to the
So.
garden center at a bid of 150.
What's that mean?
And,
You know, extra.
You know, extra.
Red Oak is Chris Carter out again.
Dave Langer with a nice buck.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's all over his team there. I didn't even know it. I suppose I have time though.
You just opened and you saw him take out the 6-9.
Well, there was one here.
Worldwide. Anybody in the world can log in and watch right now. Yeah, whoever calls me, that kind of thing, tournament directors, call me and get a free code. We go from there. We have 7 shows this year from like October until March. We have 7 shows. So last year we had 5, this year 7, next year 5. It depends because I come out of Minot, so I give them quotes based on how far away, how long a time, and it's a 2-day thing. They want me to go the whole weekend, and it's gonna be long. But
How you left?
Order I did. The only thing I wanted was Ronnie. My parents are gonna blow up the garden center tomorrow.
okay.
Absolutely not. No.
We got a Scotch Donald tournament on Wednesday. We're bowling a little
What?
Scotch Douglas?
Good.
little fall.
60, I think, $30 or $60? I think it's 30.
The
Yeah.
requirement I have is that I gotta be within 50 feet of
That's fun.
internet connection.
Every other ball.
Be within 25
Not every other ball.
The internet has to be so good. So that's the only requirement we have.
All right. We have our
I have a video of me picking that up.
Again, I want to thank everybody for your time out. Working with Scott. We raised a lot of money that day. I'll get the total all added up to you here shortly. Top 16, we're going to go to the red plate. Top 20 cash.
NDBowling.com.
Number one
That's the
qualifier.
website. That's what I run.
And plus 290.
And all my contact information is on
Scott
there. If you
Endersby.
want to get a hold of it.
$100
I'm the one that
to be
runs
my
everything.
qualifier.
So my email's at the bottom of the
Number 2.
homepage. Get a hold of me if you have any questions. Darren.
Harvey Helly at plus 243. He'll receive $50 for being
That's
number
all right.
2 qualifier.
But I,
Number 3, Alan Jackson at plus 224. 4, Steve Cuddy at plus
For sure.
224. 5th, Sean Wagner at
Yeah,
plus
get a hold of me if I have that
194.
weekend open. We can work something out, you know.
6th,
I come all the way from
Laverne
Minot, North
Knight at
Dakota,
plus
so
182.
to get out of the state, it's a minimum
7th,
3
Chad
hours. So.
Littlinger at plus
And
178.
if the weather's nice, we've been getting lucky.
8th,
So.
Jason Elwood at plus 170. 9th, Les Baker at plus 157. 10th, Corey Peterson at plus 154. 11th, Doug Meyer at plus 150. 12th, Brian Larson at plus 144. 13th, Austin Aikens at plus 138.
Yeah.
14th, Clayton
sure,
Moore
thank you.
at plus 131. 15th, Kevin Dawson at plus 123. Cut line for match play, 16th. John Lee at plus 119.
19 over
17th,
6
Eric
on
Conklin at plus
this.
115.
You don't have the
18th,
handicap.
Eric
That's
O'Reilly at
not
plus
easy.
113. 19th, Jacob
Well,
Schultz at plus 97. And our
All right, and we just got word that they have decided our final 16, and I believe they said the cut was plus 119. Is that what I heard right?
That's it.
All right, so we don't know exactly who those are. I know Scott Endersby is our top qualifier. He'll take home the $100 high qualifier bonus.
Second place was Harvey Ellie. His name is not Harvey Hell. It is Harvey Ellie. It even sounded like the H was silent, which makes it even better.
So we apologize for that. Actually, Matt apologizes for that. 'Cause
I apologize.
So we are just awaiting an official score sheet, and then we will go over the top qualifiers here, and then we'll go from there. So stay tuned. We'll let you know who our top 16 are, and then who will be on our featured pair for the first match. Thank you all for staying with us. Once again, you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. And NDBowlTV, sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. We are live at the Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota. And when you're at the Garden Center, please grab a bite to eat at Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, home of the World Beer Tour. And our title sponsor today is SunOpta. And thanks to our other sponsor here today, Walt Johnson Construction. Once again, I'm Darren Cini, joined by Matt Smallin. We are going to be here in our round of 16, so to speak, in the bracket. It's a single elimination, one game match till we go down to our final four. Once we have our final four, we will rank those 1 to 4 based on their 2-game totals in the first 2 rounds. And then they will be put into a 4-man step ladder. So a lot of exciting matches upcoming. Please let everyone know at home. Share it on Facebook. Send a tweet out on Twitter. That'd be greatly appreciated. And I would like to mention too that I'm going to go check our light counter here because we are inching ever so close to giving away a free Ebonite Warrior. Let's see if we can get an update. All right, we are at 996, so we are 4 likes away from our 1,000 like goal and a contest to give away a free Ebonite Warrior. So head on over to Facebook, search ndbowling.com, like our page, and we'll be giving away a free bowling ball sometime in the next couple weeks. So head on over there, that'd be greatly appreciated. Once again, we're live from the SunOpta Sweeper here in Alexandria, Minnesota. About to start our bracket match play portion of the event.
I'm gonna go copy this down.
Bowlers that do their lane, please go to your lane assignment so we can get you matched up with your opponent.
Okay, the bowlers have been
Bowlers that do their lane
told to go to their lane assignments, so we should be able to figure out here who is on our featured pair for the first match.
You cannot get a goddamn.
All right, Matt, what did you figure out for us, or did you figure anything out?
I was just sent to 2 places, neither of which had what I needed.
Oh, wonderful. Well, we'll try to get you our top scores here. Nevin just walked by with what I believe was the final 16 sheet.
Yeah, instead of doing bracket like 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, and on down, they drew for random. They drew at random for opponents and lanes. So
Okay, so it was a random thing.
yeah, it's a random draw. So it's not 116, 215, that whole thing.
So it could be a case of a bad draw. 1 and 2 could theoretically draw each other.
They could.
Okay, so that'll be the interesting portion. They just randomly picked, and here we go. So what was your overall impression for the qualifying round?
Scores were higher than I anticipated, but the 180, 185 average bowler that throws it at the pocket and catches a turkey every couple games pretty much it pretty much ended up the way I thought it would.
Yeah, we talked about that on the drive down here too, and it went exactly as we figured it would. So
the other than the very elite bowling by Scott Endersby, and Clayton did good enough to make the cut, but getting to that plus 100 number on this for the scratch bowler was a little bit tougher. Getting to 100 over in 6 games on something where you don't know what to expect is tough.
yeah, I agree with 119 over on this condition. It's pretty difficult for only 6 games. So it looks like we have Austin Akins on our.
All right,
picture
Austin's
here.
back. Fantastic.
And do we know who he's bowling against? All right, do we know who?
We don't.
Okay, we'll
but
have
but
to.
I'll go talk to somebody else, see if I get sent somewhere else. But
All right, we're gonna.
it's been rough.
Once again, I'm sorry we don't know all the locals here, so and they don't have their names on their shirts, so we don't know who all the bowlers are, but we will be sure to get their names for you. All right, we're just going through the warm-up portion of the the match play portion of the tournament, I should say. Just a quick.
How does the finals work here right now? Just eliminate
All right, Austin's opponent in this match is Steve Clutty.
Okay.
We're getting interrupted by a lot of questions here at the booth at this point in time. We have not been able to locate a bracket yet, but we can tell you that right now Scott Endersby is getting ready to face John Lee, two of the guys that were that had hit our feature pair during the first 6 games and bowled pretty well. So that match should be pretty good. And hopefully here we can get the handicaps entered into the scores above so that we can see exactly what we're dealing with here.
Well, if not, I could let you know right now. Austin gets 24 sticks a game.
Perfect.
Steve gets 24, so it's pretty much a scratch match here in our first one.
No math required. Then.
That is the perfect setup for us, that these guys get the exact amount of handicap. So this will be a straight up scratch match, so that's what we like to see.
Perfect.
And Matt, we just gained 2 more likes on our Facebook page. We are at 998.
They're putting it together and they're bringing it to us.
So we need 2 more likes on our Facebook page to qualify us to give away a free Ebonite Warrior. So if you have not gone to our Facebook page, please do so. Search NDBowling.com, hit the like button. We need 2 more, and we will give away a free Ebonite Warrior to one lucky fan through a contest starting next week. Okay, so let's see if we can get our scores up here. We're going to kind of cut these down just to here.
Bowlers, the arrows are up. Go ahead and start. Good luck to all of you.
All right, here we go. Our first match, round 1. Steve in the red, Austin in the black shirt.
So Steve will be A.
Yep. Since we're not putting names in or anything, so once again, both these bowlers have the same amount of handicaps, so this is pretty much a scratch match. High score will win here. Handicap is irrelevant since they have the same amount. And it looks like, yeah, it looked like Jack Nelson cashed, huh?
I hope he didn't leave.
There's a good possibility that he did, but because the last game Jack Nelson went 228. You got to think with his finish there that he thought he'd be close, but really Clayton Moore missed cash by a pin from what it looks like. So
Wow.
while we're early portions of this match, Matt, you want to go over our top 20 there?
Certainly. Scott Endersby with a fantastic performance.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, we better get a full sheet here, but basically the main standout here would be Scott Endersby, bowled fantastically the whole time, ending at 1494.
I do want to make a quick correction. Clayton Moore did not miss the cut. He's still bowling right now. So for
Yeah.
those Clayton Moore fans out there, he's still bowling.
Yeah, I thought he had a pretty good last game.
Yeah, that's what did it for him. And I do believe they're going to make a bracket out or a final sheet and bring it to us here shortly. Is that what I heard?
That is what we are getting, yeah.
And look at that. We have reached the goal there, Smalls. 1,002 likes at the moment. So It is official. We will be giving away an Ebonite Warrior, and please keep an eye on our Facebook page this week as we will give the guidelines for that. And I'm going to make a little post on NDBowling.com, so those of you who are interested in the free ball, head over to our Facebook page and you will see the details that will entail.
Nice pickup there by Austin.
You're gonna tell me no, you didn't get it.
So with each guy getting 24 sticks, that means that they entered the tournament with an average of 190 each.
Okay.
So 190. So let's say, okay. So these are. So let's say these are just like kind of like the bowlers we've sort of been speaking to during this broadcast, like the handicap bowlers of this point in time. So they don't face. Would you say that they face match play situations like this as often?
I would say no. Because I guess, we have a couple tournaments up in Minot that are handicap events that result in a match play portion. So there's possibilities. We also have a handicap tournament that is 10-game marathon. So, I do believe that. We just got handed a complete bracket, so you want to go through our matches here really quick?
Yeah, I certainly can do that. On the top of the bracket, Scott Endersby faces John Lee. John Lee gets 21 pins. Endersby gets 0. Harvey Ellie with 31 sticks goes up against Kevin Dawson, who has 52. Alan Jackson, who gets 31. Faces Clayton Moore, who gets 0. Here we have our match, Steve Clody against Austin Akins. 24 sticks apiece. And right now Austin with an 18-pin lead as we approach the middle of the fourth. Sean Wagner with 30 sticks against Brian Larson with 25. Laverne Lands with 21 against Doug Byer with 50. Chad Litzinger with 24 sticks a game against Corey Peterson with 32. And the final match is Jason Elwood with 36 sticks against Les Baker with 32.
Very nice. And once again, we are going to bowl one game. The low score in each match will be eliminated. We'll be down to 8 people, where we'll have 4 more matches. We'll bowl one game, low score eliminated. It'll leave us with 4 people left, and the 4 people will be ranked 1 to 4 based on their 2-game total the first 2 rounds, and that'll create our stepladder finals. Once again, we just made a post on our Facebook page in regards to the free ball giveaway. On Monday, we will post complete contest details. So visit our Facebook page on Monday and you can see how you could win, or possibly win, the Ebonite Warrior. Thank you, fans, for visiting the Facebook page and giving us this opportunity. Alright, so Austin with the early lead in this match.
Austin's got a pretty good lead here through half a game, but he looks dumbfounded and he looks a little bit nervous.
Which you and I kind of touched upon earlier, when, what are they, at 190 average bowlers? So maybe they have not been in a situation like this. So you got to think there's a few nerves, and not to mention you're on the TV pair as well. So take a closer look here at the score we got.
Looks like Scott in the match between Endersby and John Lee over there. Endersby's in about a 21 pin hole, but that's only because of the handicap. He's kind of started slow, and John Lee's kept right up with him, so that the handicap's making the difference there so far.
All right, so tournament leader a little bit in trouble here.
Chad Litzinger's looking like he's got a pretty good look at the hole right now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there. He's on the pair immediately to our left, and he's got a commanding lead in that one. And how much handicap difference is that?
That is 8 pins in favor of Corey Peterson, who's up on 12 right now, just left of our feature pair.
Got a chance. Got it. Heck of a conversion there by Austin. Well, let's look what that does for him in the match here. Closer look at our score. It's a pretty big conversion for him. Once again, this is a scratch match. They have the same amount of handicap. It's got a hook. Ooh, he gets a shuffle zone going there.
Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Ryan.
All right, guys. Take it easy. Drive safe, all right? Good seeing you again.
Yep. Always good to have folks stopping by the booth here.
All right, this match starting to pick up some speed now. Strike there from Steve makes this a 6-pin match.
I will say there's quite a few people staying and watching these matches. It's pretty exciting here right now. It's a good shot. Ooh, it just... Do you think he overthrew that one?
Yeah, if anything, it looked like he missed it. He's been turning it a little bit harder at the bottom. It didn't look like that one had the gusto.
Well, now Austin can step up in the 9th and 10th and put this match away. Uh-oh. Ooh. For a second there, I thought he was going to miss that one.
Oh, I thought it was hooking for sure.
I'd be curious to see the drilling on that particular ball he threw.
He wastes no time.
4-7 leave. Well, let's take a closer look at the score here. With the conversion here, he'll have a 6-pin lead going into the 10th. It's definitely not over, folks. Covers a spare. Well, he can come up here and put it away here in the 10th.
Now, he doesn't hook the ball that much even on his strike shot, but I sort of anticipated him throwing a hook at that spare just because most guys with 190 averages still do that, but he threw that just like a pro, very straight.
He's got to push. All right, 9 count. Well, pick this up and strike, and he'll have 169. And that would force Steve to double, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so he needs the mark here, and then getting at least 6 will force Steve to double to win the match.
Covers it easy.
All right, so this shot is all about count here. Want to make sure we get so if you're Austin, you got to make sure you get 6 here. That'll force your opponent to double. It's in. And he got away with it. So 169 on the board for Austin. Steve must double here to advance.
Well, these guys don't waste any time, do they?
No, they don't. All right. Well, that'll wrap. Austin Aikens will win that, and he'll advance to play. Do we not know yet?
He gets either Alan Jackson or Clayton Moore, so.
Celebrity either way.
Exactly. That's just what I was thinking.
And for those of you just watching, it is not the Alan Jackson, but
just the same way as it's never the Randy Peterson, but it's our Randy Peterson.
We have a guy in the chat room says it sounds like Mr. Meyer on the mic. Actually, no, it's Darren Sini and Matt Smallin bringing you live action here. So
I wonder which Mr. Meyer he's talking about.
well, there's a few around this building. It's Cedarvale guy, so that could be one of many people. But thanks for tuning in. All right. So after this round, we are going to be down to 8 bowlers left. The low scores in this round will receive $125 for their efforts today. Not too bad with a $60 entry. More than doubling their money. We've got word that Les Baker has advanced. Chad Litzinger has also advanced, and they'll play each other in the next round. Waiting on a few other matches to complete. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we did reach that 1,000 like goal on our Facebook page. Please head over to Facebook, make sure you hit the like button, and you can be eligible to win the free Ebonite Warrior, which we will reveal the contest on Monday. So tune in then. And Matt, do you have some more results for us?
Good shot there by Chad. Yes, Doug Byer has advanced over Laverne Lands.
Okay, and he'll get the winner of
Sean Wagner, Brian Larson.
Perfect. So, pretty quick matches going on here. Do we know how Scott's doing, our tournament leader here? It looks like he's got a 4-bagger going into the 10th.
Yeah, he's certainly found it. And Johnny Lee looks like he can go off for 181, which would give him 202 with his handicap. which means Endersby could still open and win. Clayton Moore advances over Alan Jackson and will face Austin Akins next.
Perfect. Well, so we are down to 3 more matches being completed, and we will have our 8 remaining players. Well, once again, if you're just joining us, please send out a share. Hit the share button, share it on Facebook, share on Twitter. Hit the thumbs up button if you're watching on YouTube. That would be appreciated.
Endersby in the first ball in the 10th, he just left the bucket. So he must, because of the low count now, he must convert.
Interesting. So the tournament leader in trouble. He must convert the bucket over here to advance.
See, he's throwing urethane at it. And converts.
So converts a rather tough spare, as you would know, Matt, to advance.
That's the truth. I was mistaken. He needed 3 to tie, but yeah, he did need to spare to convert. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to convert to win. There we go. So do we have, we're waiting on one more match between Wagner and Larson, is that it?
So it'll be a battle of the 1 seed and the 2 seed here as Endersby takes on Harvey Healy. And Healy will have a 31-pin advantage.
Okay. Do we know which one they're going to have on our featured pair?
There's no indicators on here of that at all.
So I guess we'll just have to wait until, looks like Endersby and Harvey will be on 11 and 12.
And Harvey just shot 236 scratch last game.
All right, so he gets 31, you said?
Yeah, he gets 31 coming off of a scratch 236.
Okay, so that's a 260, so... Okay, they've instructed these to go 2 on each. And it looks like Scott Endersby, the 1 and the 2 will be on our featured pair, so... So here we go, the top seed and the number 2, Harvey Healy, you said? Is that how we got that pronunciation right?
I think we got it now.
Okay. They will be bowling on our featured pair, the top qualifier and the second qualifier. Now, if you weren't watching earlier how they did this, the top 16 qualifiers after qualifying round this morning drew random draw for lanes and matches, and it just so happens here in our second match that the top 2 qualifiers will be playing each other, and the winner of this will advance to the step ladder finals along with the winners of the other 4 matches. So, or the other 3 matches, excuse me. Okay, they will get 2 on each lane. So if you haven't already, please share the live stream on social media. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. We are in the round 2 of match play. We've only got 8 bowlers left. After this match, the 4 remaining players will add up their 2 games in the first 2 rounds, and they will be ranked from 1 to 4, and we will start a stepladder final, 3 versus 4, winner plays 2, winner plays 1 format. And as many of you know, if you watched the show in Minot last January, Scott Endersby does enjoy being on NDBowlTV, as he did shoot 300, 800 on that show. So
I'm sort of glad to have Clayton and Austin's match right here to our left also, so we have easy access to the 2 matches I would really want in front of us.
perfect. So once again, each bowler was instructed to bowl, or they were allowed 2 balls in each lane, and we will get underway here in the second round. Okay, so Scott is being so nice as to putting their names in with the handicaps, so that'll help us.
I think that was Nevin's idea.
It's a good idea. I approve of this message. All right, so our second round match is underway. You can see Clayton Moore against Austin Akins on our immediate left of the featured pair. So we'll keep you updated on that particular match. Good shot there. Looks like he's still locked in from the qualifying round, doesn't it?
Yeah, he big forward on his first practice shot, so he took a big step to the left and just being himself, pretty much.
There's a lack for descriptive words there. Once again, Scott's got to make up the 31 pin handicap here. And we do want to just make our apologies out to Harvey. We've been butchering his name all day. So, you know, if you go back and watch the archive of this one, Harvey, we do apologize. And I think we got your name right now.
I hope so. This is our first look at Harvey. He actually two fingers it with what appears to be his ring and his pinky.
Does it? Interesting. You know, that's the unique part about bowling. Everyone's got their style, and you just, if you're good at it, you're good at it.
I'm going to take a better look here in the backswing. We'll see what it looks like here. Oh, yeah, without question.
Yeah, you are correct. So a washout there for Harvey. Once again, he's got 31 sticks to work with here, so.
I think Scott would like to black all that out here in 3 frames.
Oh, I think he got away with one there.
Bucket crumbler.
Last week I was dropping some Randy Peterson lines on the live stream in reference to the U.S. Open show in 2012. Might have to do that here soon with Scott Endersby because he's a bad man on the lanes.
Yeah, that's it.
He's got a flip. Ooh, shot. Well, I think he already erased the handicap advantage here for Harvey, so.
Yeah. Harvey's down now. He's down 3 already. Scratch that. He's down 13.
Shot looks okay. Oh. So we've been noticing earlier today during qualifying that the right lane, and apparently it's doing it on the left side too, the right lane hooks more. I noticed earlier in qualifying, and the same thing happened in Sioux Falls last week. The right lane just seems to always hook more. I don't know if there's anything to that, but
Huh. Now, if you ask Marshall Howard, it's always the left lane that hooks more.
yeah, and we'll see how that works at the 10-game marathon. We'll probably have the same issue going on, so.
I made a mistake there. Harvey's actually down 8 in the second frame after handicap.
Okay, good shot there to get back on track for Harvey.
It's a good recovery ball.
Let's take a closer look at those scores quick before Scott throws his next shot. Well, that right lane.
going to go ahead and glance over to our match between Clayton Moore and Austin Akins. Clayton Moore with 75 in the fourth, spare up. Austin Akins with 58 in the third with a double up back-to-back. Brooklyn trip sixes for Akins there.
Wow. So now, I don't know, have you been writing down the scores?
Yes.
Okay. So we will know after this what our 1, 2, 3, 4 will be based on their score.
Yes, we should.
Okay. So we'll get you our step ladder 4, our final 4 here, following these matches. And we've got a potential here of a Morris Anderson Memorial final rematch. So
That's it. That would be great.
that's still out there right now. Clayton Moore and Scott Endersby are still alive. And Austin almost went his third straight. Ooh. That one really took off on him, didn't it?
Yeah, real sharp early hook there. That's got a chance.
He got it. Needs to teach me how to do that, and I would have won the 30 clean pot a couple weeks ago in league.
Yeah, that would have been a good conversion at that time. Clayton Moore now on the ball change. You'll see him coming into view over here on lane 12, just left of our feature pair.
It's pretty good.
Ball change, a little better projection, and it's right in the hole.
Okay, what did he leave, the 3-6-10 the last time on that lane? So looked like he made a little move, got more of a projection on that one.
Yeah, he definitely farmed a couple sweet potatoes on that fourth frame.
Yeah, he did. And we call that yamming for those of you that
he
call
yammed
them.
it.
So Clayton's got to overcome the 24-pin handicap, and he does have a turkey up on the board with 95 in the fifth.
Yep, he's realized that it's not, spares aren't going to cut it right here.
It's pretty good. So Scott Endersby in control here on our featured pair. Bad break there by Austin, a slasher 7. Uh-oh. And it didn't tip. Wow. He touched it.
He touched it.
Yeah. Well. Waste no time throwing the next shot over there, pair to our left.
A little loft on that one.
Well, it looks like the match on our featured pair. Scott Endersby in control here. He needs to make up 31 pins, and he's already done that.
36. Oh, wait.
Come on, Matt. I'm reading the scoreboard here. It's got to be 31.
Sorry, bud.
Oh. All right. There's still life after the break by Harvey. And I think the fans out here thought that one was pretty good too.
They even gave me my personalized Miller Lite koozie thingy there.
Big shot for Clayton there. Ooh, I don't know how that got the 10 out. He overthrew that one. That kind of makes this a match, doesn't it?
Yeah. Some strikes are required, but yeah.
Big shot over there by Clayton, and he was fired up on that one. So here's a situation here. Harvey can go off the sheet for, what is that, a 212? We got Dave Langer in the house. Dave, how you doing?
Horse shit. Oh. All right.
You heard it here first, folks. Now if we get our YouTube license suspended, I'll send the bill to Dave Langer.
I never finished it.
Clayton Moore putting the exclamation point on the end of that one.
More importantly, how are you boys?
We are doing good. Thanks, Dave. Shot there by Scott. So Harvey still has 212 left. With handicap, that's a 243. So it's not over yet by any means. So it looks like Clayton Moore will advance, so he'll be in our stepladder finals. So Clayton Moore at a 244 and he advanced. So we'll get his score down. So what did Scott have the first game? 212?
212.
And Clayton had what the first game? 234?
Yes.
So Clayton's got 78 over.
Yep.
Okay, so Scott can go. Scott can strike out for 254, so Scott cannot catch Clayton.
That's true.
So Clayton might have done his work to get up to that number one seed, so. So one more for Harvey, we'll give him a 191. With his handicap, that's a 222.
That's it.
Which means Scott needs, what, 9 pins?
Nine below to tie, or any 9 open to tie, and then he needs a mark to win.
As long as he strikes here. He did it.
Yes,
so,
that hit right there.
So he did force Scott to mark here.
Yep.
Yeah, went the wrong way. So I just didn't move far enough. I got out of the oil. I got out of the oil, but I didn't go far enough over. What's that?
Just got word that Chad Litzinger advanced over Les Baker down on the end. His score is not determined yet, though.
All right, so Chad Litzinger still alive. He'll be in our stepladder finals as well. Big shot here. Okay. I think Scott just looked up at the score and realized that he should probably convert this one. Okay, no problem.
Right on it.
Well, there you go. We'll take a look at the score, but Scott Endersby will advance. He had a 212 the first game, so add that to what he gets here, and we'll match him up with the other 4 to see where he finishes for the final 4. Threw a test ball there. There it is. Scott Endersby 234. Harvey Healy,
Healy, I think.
There it is.
Yeah, I think so. So Endersby is plus 56 then.
Okay. So we're waiting a score on Litzinger. Looks like he's done down there. It's a matter of what the score is.
My math is terrible. 46. Plus 46 for Endersby.
Well, once again, while we're waiting on the final scores, I want to remind you that Ebonite is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. We are live here at the Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota. While you're here, be sure to get your favorite food at Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, home of the World Beer Tour. And our title sponsor today is SunOpta. And also Walt Johnson Construction. Once again, now that these matches are over, we have 4 bowlers left. And they're going to total up their 2 games used in their wins and rank them 1 to 4.
One more time. I don't know if I can win on TV again. If I bowl that again, probably not.
And there you go. We did mention that we might have a Morris Anderson Memorial final rematch. It is still out there. And it wouldn't be a NDBowlTV tournament without Clayton Moore as a top seed, so it would not surprise me if he ended up there. But Matt is off trying to find scores here, and he'll be back in 1 minute. And if you guys didn't catch it earlier, we did reach our 1,000 like goal on the NDBowling.com Facebook page. We will be giving away a free Ebonite Warrior in a contest, which the details will be released on Monday. I'd like to thank all the loyal fans of NDBowling.com. And hopefully one of you can win that free Ebonite Warrior. Tune in Monday to our Facebook page to figure out what the contest details are.
Switch balls, and when I switch balls, it was straight 9, straight. There I went. It's just me, it just didn't switch quick enough. Oh yeah. Didn't switch quick enough. Amen. Christ. We made a game on it. Help, folks.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to turn your mic off there because we had some guys yelling right next to it, so
Yeah, that happens here sometimes.
more often than not.
Okay, so for our step ladder, Doug Byer will be the 4 seed with plus 24, and he will take on Scott Endersby at plus 46. In that match, Bayer will have a 50-pin advantage going into the start of it. The winner of that will face Chad Litzinger of Grand Forks, who was plus 64. And then the title match will feature Clayton Moore.
Well, that's no, he's no stranger to the top seed in any tournament, I should say, and especially here on NDBowlTV. So our first match will be our top qualifier, and then he'll play, what, Doug Bayer, you said? Is that his name?
Doug Bayer.
All right.
Number 2 seed, Chad Litzinger.
Once again, Clayton Moore as a top seed will take home no less than $800 for his efforts today. We are competing for a $1,200 top prize on a $60 entry, folks. That's pretty good.
First up, we'll have Scott Anderson versus Doug Bayer.
So our first match will be underway here in a minute on our featured pair. All right, I don't know if you guys caught that, but Nevin just announced they raised $3,100 for the food shelf today. So big props to them and props to Nevin for arranging all this and making all this happen for a very good cause.
I think that's more than they've ever raised.
That is.
Just wanted to add that we would like to thank everybody for the help and all the donations. We increased the gift by like $400. A great deal. So really appreciate everyone does. So as soon as we get ready here, take some practice and then we'll get started.
Can you take your shit here? You can't carry everything. You got it. How are you going to carry your 2 bags and your extra? Is that your help here? Don't call me if you need help. He's like, me too. Look at mine. Yes, mine is thicker. Remember that.
Okay, I don't know what we're finally waiting for here, but we'll have our first match. Looks like Scott's ready. They're just going to do I think it's a 2-ball on each lane thing that they'll have, and we'll be underway. I think if anybody has the advantage here, Scott just got done bowling on this pair, so. All right, so Matt, what are you expecting out of this match?
I'm sort of anxious to see if Scott enough to overcome 50 pins.
And Doug looks like he throws it pretty direct, so the pattern doesn't have as much influence on his shot. So.
So it's I think that's going to be the big thing. Like, I think it's a testament to true talent of Clayton and of Scott that they're still here.
I agree. It's pretty tough to do in a tournament to be a scratch bowler in an 80% of 220 handicap event. So
And to consistently be in that 225, 230, and higher range in order to overcome all the obstacles that get thrown at you that way.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Because you have that one bad game at the wrong time, you're done. Like you're really done.
Once again, the winner of this match will take on Chad Litzinger, and the winner of that will face Clayton Moore in the final. Once again, a quick shout out to our fans on Facebook. We have reached the 1,000 like goal, and tune in on Monday for details on the Ebonite Warrior giveaway.
Scott's look still seems to be there. So it's just going to be a matter of can buyer make spares, and then to see if Endersby can string him or not.
I agree. Well, we'll get the scores of the names entered here, and then we'll be underway. Doug gets, you said 51 or 50?
50, 5-0.
So 50 pins of handicap to start. Guess that makes for easy adding for the handicap.
Well, we were educated by the old math system, so.
That we were. And my wife watching will approve. Not the Common Core stuff.
I will say this is pretty great. There are still a lot of people behind us here.
There are a lot of people here, so.
And you can probably hear them.
Yes, they can. Got the friendly kick of the 10 there on the first shot.
He's good at making those pins cooperate, however it has to happen.
Oh, here's our first look at Doug Beyer. So a pretty direct game up the corner.
You never know if he's a little bit nervous. Like, when I go up against Scott, I'm a little bit scared, so.
Yeah. Okay, good conversion there.
Cover.
Okay, the one eliminated from this match will receive $430 for fourth place. The winner will advance to face Chad Litzinger in our semifinal.
Friendly trip with a 10 gives him an easy spare on the 3-pin.
And you got to think with Doug here, you know, if you make your spares, stay out of trouble. You know, you could be into the 180s, 190s. That forces Scott to shoot in the 240s. So,
Yeah, that doesn't sound easy, but Scott makes it look easy.
yeah, he really knows how to throw pins around, doesn't he?
That ball that he makes that release, just read the lane, absolutely perfect.
And do you know what he's throwing?
It's an IQ tour still.
It is.
Same,
Okay.
I bet I'd lay money that it's the same ball he threw on the CMA show from last year.
It's probably a safe bet. It's probably his favorite NDBowlTV ball, so why not?
We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, I'll let you know. Can't do that apparently. I want to do like 20, 30.
That's tough to beat. That is tough to beat. Well, once again, if you're Doug, you just keep sparing. If you get you get a double.
That makes it even harder.
You know. But at the same time, if you're Doug, even with 50 pins, you almost have to feel like you got to get to 200.
Oh, there's another spare.
Well, like we said, if he can put together a couple doubles, then it's a lot easier for him. Or at least a double here.
It's a pull.
Another spare for Doug Beyer, so keeping himself alive in the match, he does get 50 pins. Oh.
Ugh.
Team members, please hold off on your practice. Team members, please practice.
So he goes lighter hit, lighter hit, lighter hit. The one time he goes high flush, wham. Solid 7.
All right, covers a spare.
Okay, as soon as the red light and the arrow drop, you may go ahead and start. Thanks and good luck to all of you.
If you see pin fall off to our left, that's number 2 seed, Chad Litzinger from Grand Forks, North Dakota.
It's a good shot.
A flush hit that went.
I did mention to the lady to my right, she's cheering for Scott, and every time she claps, she's got her elbows on the table, and it shakes the camera. And so if you do see the camera shake there, I do apologize.
Another friendly kick of the 10, breaking up the 310. This will be his third 3-pin.
Pretty solid spare shooter, I will say.
We should go to the Doug Beyer spare clinic after this is over.
We should. Actually, our spare game has gone a lot better. It's before our spare practice, it was pretty bad. Will it cross? Good two. There we go.
6 straight spares for Doug Beyer.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at our scores here. Doug is holding his own. He gets 50 pins, so keep that in mind.
Scott needs another couple strikes here to have the deficit made up.
Wrap 10 there for Scott. Looked like a good shot off his hand.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I couldn't see much of it because my view of the pins is blocked here.
Good cover by Scott. So to this point, Scott has 28 pins of the deficit erased. So he needs to beat Doug by 23 in the next 4 frames.
Nice, good kick of the 10. But now, if Doug comes up here and throws a double, that makes it a lot tougher for Scott.
Without question. Any gain by Doug makes it a lot harder.
And a 1-9 leave.
We're going to say that's a NDBowling.com Bowl TV first?
That is. I don't know if it'll top the Chris Charles 110 leave, but the 1-9 is a close second.
Well, this goes to 11. That looks like a conversion.
And Doug Beyer, never a doubt. 1-9 conversion. This guy is a spare machine.
I'd lay money that he has a shot at the first all-spare game on NDBowlTV.
Oh my.
Still a shot at it.
He still has a shot at the all-spare game. Maybe not the time you want the all-spare game, but look at that. Look at that.
Smooth as silk.
Never a doubt. Another wrap 10. So now, Matt, if you look at the scores here, if Doug were to go up and throw 4 strikes in a row, he would win.
Yes.
There's no way Scott could win this match then.
Yep, Scott's only got a 239 max now.
Yeah, and Doug can strike out for 208, so that's 258 with his handicap.
That's going to come back a long way.
There you go. We have Deadwood down halfway down the lane.
Take a look. And we're looking from an up view here on the camera a little bit. Look how far that came up. Watch how far this guy's got to walk to take it back to the pit.
He ain't walking anywhere. He's just going to throw that.
Standing ovation.
Standing ovation from the folks who kept the bar in business this afternoon. Scott Endersby up in the 9th frame.
I would say must-strike situation. Kick the 10-pin twice on that one.
That was like a Cini turn punch right there. Well, Doug can come up here. He throws a double, and this is very interesting. Scott's still got, what, 239 left? That shot looks okay. Wow. So you got to think that could have easily been a double right there.
Yeah.
Because he shouldn't have left the last one, and then.
Do you say that about a Brooklyn though?
When you've got 50 pins of handicap, I do. Wow. That's a better spare shooter than we are.
Another conversion for Doug Beyer. So, a situation, like let's say Doug keeps his pace up, goes 9, spare 9.
Okay.
It's $1.85, forcing Endersby to double them.
Wow, so as long as he stays clean here with good count.
Yep.
Endersby's got a double. Well, 8 count. So now Pickett and a 9, that's what, 184?
Yep.
Gives him 234. Yeah, that's a double and 6.
For the first all-spare game.
There it is, the first all-spare game on NDBowlTV.
Might as well get 10 this time, guys.
I'm sure USBC will send him a coaster or something.
I'd take a coaster.
Oh, why not? Give him one. Of course not. 9 count for Doug Beyer, and that's a 184.
I must admit that I don't know if I've ever seen an all-spare game in person.
That's pretty good. And he even got 9 on the last ball. So
no count less than 6.
a clean 184 for Doug Beyer. So he's got 234 on the board with his handicap.
So
Scott's got a double. Double 6 to win.
gotta have it.
It's a good shot. Here we go. This and 6 pins for the win. But he must strike here.
Yeah, I got done about a half hour ago. This guy beat.
Maybe. And he got it. He got it on the late bird dog. What a shot.
Unbelievable. That's more NDBowlTV drama coming from Scott Endersby.
Unreal. Well, he still needs 6 here. So don't get too excited here, folks. Greek church will ruin anyone's day. There it is. Scott Endersby will advance. All right, 239-234 was the final. Scott Endersby will advance to face Chad Litzinger.
What a match.
Yeah, wow. And our CMA Memorial final rematch is still alive. Let's see if Chad Litzinger has anything to say about that.
He's the lone lefty.
The lone lefty left, yes.
And judging by his release, he's recently made some changes to his game. I don't know about you, but I'm noticing some differences here from state doubles a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I'll agree. Looks like he's throwing a melee jab, isn't it?
That's what it looks like.
But it looks like he's going to the rack after that shot. And we will say Doug Byer took home that was our first match, so $430.
Oh, these two, the last two. I don't know the one before that.
No, that one I started out with a turkey and then I ended up with 3 openings.
Oh, they'll give Chad a couple shots on each lane here, and then we'll be underway in our semifinal. And to answer your question, probably late to this one, Ryan. No, nobody broke lanes like you do in Jamestown there, buddy. No broken lanes today. I think somebody down in the Garden Center tournament hit the sweep, though, because I saw him pick up a ball out of the gutter.
That was on Mike Green's pair.
It might have been Mike Green. Yes, for all you Minot folks there, Mike Green is in the house. He's down there bowling the Garden Center tournament. And for all you NDSU football fans, the Bison are leading 55-0 going into the fourth quarter. I think they have that one wrapped up. Yeah, once again, once we are done here with our championship match, we'll try to get a word with the winner, and then we will be packing up and heading back to the Fargo area tonight. And Matt and I will be off to Carrington in the morning for the 8th annual 8-game singles, which we will have a full tournament recap of on NDBowling.com on Monday, so tune in for that. All right, here we go. Our semifinal match, Chad Litzinger against Scott Endersby. Chad gets, is that right, 24 pins? All right. And he will be up first on the left lane. Did go with the melee jab there. Which it seemed like the first ball he threw on that lane with that ball, I thought he washed out, and that one went nose on him, so.
It had to have been something he did. I thought it was going to lay off and flush. That looked like a good shot to me.
So Chad here has a few things to figure out on that lane, especially.
He never got to this pair during qualifying.
Yeah, this is the first we've seen of him today, so. Oh, late kick of the 5 for Scott Endersby.
Just shreds the rack with a light hit.
Wish I could do that, right? I don't have near enough ball speed for something like that.
I sort of think the ball speed's kind of an illusion.
Yeah, because he's got the rev rate to go with it, so.
And it instead of reading so early, it just floats. Sort of like that shot.
Yeah, and and that's what we thought it was going to do on 13, so I wonder if Chad's about as lost as we are watching this. That looks okay. Oh, it doesn't get rewarded for the good shot.
Pretty good shot for 9.
Well, covers a spare.
And more deadwood.
So, in this stepladder final, Scott Endersby has not had a strike thrown against him. Nothing but spares. And one open.
You got to like that stat.
Yeah?
If you're Scott Endersby.
Yeah, I like your chances of winning if you don't get a strike thrown against you. Shot there by Scott. See if we can get the deadwood cleared off of lane 13. Once again, they got a nice squad of the Garden Center tournament going on down on the high end of the house, on the low end of the house, a little bit of open bowling. So we're smack dab right in the middle of the center right now.
As always, the action all centered around NDBowling.com.
It usually is. Got to watch Harvey back there next to my power plug. We've been butchering his name all day. He might pull the plug on NDBowlTV. You never know.
You better not start doing jumping jacks so that plug's going.
Yep. Doesn't like it. He doesn't get the trip of the 10 either.
See, okay, I know that went out and it went way wide and it didn't come back. But Endersby's roll is not that kind of roll to where it's going to snap back. There's nothing violent about his ball reaction. It's only violent when it hits the pins.
That's true.
So for those of you watching that may think that he just hammers on it and flips his hand over, that's not the case. He just gets that ball to roll properly and at the right time. It's,
and I think
front to back.
I think Clayton earlier today kind of described his release as like a Pete Weber release, but it's in such a more quick motion than you see from Pete Weber, so you don't get that unless you watch strictly the release.
That's very true. With Scott, the core is doing all the work.
Looks okay. It's a good shot by Chad there.
Litzinger looking to cash in on Endersby's open there.
Well, until that open there, Scott had the handicap made up already, but now looks like we're going to go the other way for a little bit here.
No, it's kind of early in the match, but this is kind of a big shot. Double here would sting a little.
Looks okay if it holds. Just goes high.
I shouldn't have. I had one too many beers, like 3 beers. By the way.
Heard it here first on NDBowlTV. Clayton's had too many beers. But I don't think that ever happens. Insert sarcasm.
Give
Oh.
Michael a shout out and tell him I'm coming for him.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
All right.
Nope.
In case you did not hear that, we are not going to make that shout out. If you did hear that, well then, who that was addressed to, take it for what it's worth.
Chad with an unfortunate chop there of the 4-7. Pretty much given what he could have got and get right back to Endersby.
Good shot. See, now it makes you wonder, and I had a head-to-head match here. Had Chad struck that second ball, you know, what difference in pressure would that have been on that shot there by Scott?
There would have been some. I mean, you definitely want it. You feel like you need it more, but
Yeah, you got to think with that open, Chad just had it kind of loosen the arm swing a little bit, and
on a guy where it's pretty loose anyway.
so Scott Endersby up in the 6th, working on a strike. Good shot.
And the deficit is gone, and then some.
Well, we're inching ever so closer to that CMA Memorial rematch that we were talking about, so let's see if Chad has anything to say about that.
As of right now, handicap added. Litzinger's down by 13.
Well, now this shot here, he's got the first one. Now a double here would be pretty big for Chad, I think. Really, all he needs is a miss from Endersby as long as he puts some strikes together. So definitely not out of it.
He's definitely got enough ball to do it. Whatever change he's made in his release has made his ball look a lot better going down the lane.
Oh, and shuffles him out.
Big hit there.
One thing we got to teach Matt here in the booth is he can't celebrate in the form of claps in front of the microphone. So we do apologize for that. Ooh, got the kick of the 10.
That one came off his hand really good.
I think I've seen him kick 10 like 5 different ways in these 2 matches. It's crazy.
Count the ways he can get the pins to cooperate.
Let's take a closer look at that score through 7. Remember, Chad on the left does get those 24 pins. 10 for Scott Endersby. I thought that was pretty good off his hand.
There was something not quite right about it. It was just the angle it came off.
Yeah, I didn't quite see the open palm like I normally see from him. So
exactly. Could have been something as small as like a 2-degree wrist rotation that didn't occur is what it looked like there.
So now Chad really has a good opportunity here. Like I said, all he needed was the one miss from Scott, and there it is, the 10 pin. So 2 big shots coming up. Clutch shot for Scott, or Chad, I mean. It's pretty clutch right there. Big shot here.
Yeah, there's nothing easy about prying these off in this kind of a situation.
So he's still got 235 left on the board, correct?
He has 225 scratch left.
So 49 with this handicap.
That's right.
And Endersby can only get to 41.
Will it hook?
Oh no. I think Chad wants that one back. Well, if he can convert this here, still got a chance at 202. 226 with his handicap, sparing out for Endersby as a 221, isn't it?
That's right.
So maybe he got it. So there we go. Well, he's gonna need help, but Scott can put this one away now.
In the 9th frame, the first shot, not very clutch. The second shot, very, very clutch.
That he was. Takes out the 7. He's got a couple friendly 7 kicks on that lane these 2 matches.
Sends the 5-pin right into the turnbuckle.
All right, he's got to have this one if he wants to shut out the match. Anything less than a strike, and Chad can walk up and win this one. Carries a 10 on a bird dog.
He is putting on a pin dancing clinic today.
All right, to put this match away. To advance. We got it. So what does he need here? Just some count, or?
He doesn't even need that.
Yeah, he's already in the 30s, so.
Yep. All he really needed to do was 9 spare there, and it was plenty.
All right, so we're going to have a Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout rematch from earlier this year, back in January.
So it's going to be a straight up scratch match.
And yeah, in a handicap tournament, when we walked in here thinking that wasn't going to be the case, and I think that goes to show that regardless of the event, regardless, the cream rises to the top, like you mentioned. So
I would say though that just the sheer consistency by which Scott climbed his way up the ladder and what was really required of him as far as shot making is concerned is premium above a lot of things.
Right, he had to perform in both 10th frames, and now he's going to go up against one of the best in the region right now. So and Litzinger just going to finish out here. He's going to take home $550 for his efforts, which is, once again, not very bad for a $60 entry. In case you guys didn't hear earlier, they did raise over $3,000 for the local food shelf. So do want to give a handout to Nevin and everyone and the staff here for all the work they've done in getting this tournament going and raising that money for a good cause. And I do recall the interview I had with Clayton last year after the CMA, and he mentioned that him and Scott are like pretty much best friends around here, and they've got a great deal of respect for each other, enough so where they just took 2 fireball shots, I believe, before this match. So we got quite the match ahead of us, folks.
I have a feeling that the top 2 prizes here are going to be split right down the middle.
Oh yeah, we're bowling for the title and the title only. I can smell the fireball over here. Pretty ironic that Clayton just took a shot of fireball and now he's complaining that the lane's on fire. So
Clayton's optimism is catchy.
yeah, his vote of confidence for himself was pretty good. So you've been in plenty step ladders before. You ran the ladder before. You won as the tournament leader. What do you prefer?
Well, I guess I've won more from like the middle of the ladder. So I guess I like it there. But here,
Throw me a bracelet, son. We gotta put this ND bowling thing on.
but the situation here is.
We're bowling for $100 and we have no chance of beating Scott in
Anyways.
The situation here is like it looked like Clayton's ball reaction is really starting to check up and go high. Now that's a feature of what oil remains on this lane that Endersby has been able to hide because of, I would say, I mean, I hate to harp on it, but that roll of his is just unique.
Right. The way he throws it and the roll he has doesn't allow the ball to read in ways that Clayton's ball does.
And mine and yours.
Right, and it hides the reason Clayton can't get to the hole right now. So
yeah. So like anybody that would watch Scott right now would say this pair looks great, but anybody that just watched Clayton says, well, here comes a $170. You know, it's like
Exactly.
that's how it looks.
Oh, and we spoke too soon.
Looked like a slight potato farm on that one.
Well, slight.
That's not why we split them. We split them, that's right.
The one thing I do fear right now is if some way, shape, or form Clayton wins this match, the post-game interview might be interesting for you folks. So I'm just gonna warn you, if Clayton does win this match, he's drank a lot of water. Let's just say that throughout the day, and the post-game interview may be interesting. So we're just gonna. If you guys want some entertainment, stay through the duration of this, of our telecast here today.
Leave it to Clayton to not strike all the way through practice.
I believe he made a Tim Friends move right there. He just
7?
It was 5. he kind of voiced over here. He said he moved 5 left. So for me, that's a Tim Friends move. For you, that's a little less than a Tim Friends move.
Yeah, I suppose that's about right.
I don't think that ever had a chance.
That red's super early, even in the crown of what little crown exists here. Full blow. Oh, not a full blow. Caught part of the 6 there by Clayton.
It's giving away some NDBowling.com wristbands here to the crowd. Oh well, we need a firefighter on lane 14, please.
As soon as I say that Endersby can control the burn, 2 high shots.
The kiss of death from Matt Smallin right there.
Tried to be soft to it and just feed it in the spot, and then all it did was go.
Yo, this is where my spin cycle fallback shot I think would work really well.
You think one of them wants to call in a sub?
Hey, we could bowl this match, but I don't know if I'd want them running NDBowlTV.
Make it a few more viewers.
We'll see after state team. Looks okay.
Good shot there by Scott.
You get secondary commentary from Clayton Moore during each Scott Endersby shot.
Hey, the next time a big deposit is made into the ND Bowling account, get some mics so we can mic him up.
Yeah, get a wireless mic. He'll be like the Patrick Allen of local bowling.
Exactly, it'd be great.
I would need an automatic sensor on it, though.
Clayton Moore now only trailing by 1 through 3.
All right.
It's not right.
4, 6, 7. Seven, 2, and 56 in the fourth for Clayton.
This should be fun. Yes. Right in. Anytime you get a chance to bowl on TV with you guys, it don't matter if you win, lose, or not.
Scott up here in the fourth. Wow.
The mere fact that we're
Wow.
in this position should dictate the fact that we're in the middle. If that's not enough for people, and they can't handle themselves here, and they can't appreciate the fact that you guys are doing this, then for you. You guys should be doing this every week. You guys are fans.
For the spare conversion, all over it, but that was a pretty good for 9.
That was a great for 9. It's like the only thing he can leave.
I'll give you the 13 and still bet you I beat it. I'll take that. For a beer. Come on, one beer. It's up to you. Say no. What'd you say? I will give you the 13.
There we go. Then he got the carry.
I will bet you a beer that I still do.
You're on.
Clayton Moore now looking for new life here in the fifth.
Oh, and a Brooklyn kick of the 6.
Oh.
Looks better. Still can't get it to the spot.
Hard to get it over there.
I would sort of have to think ball choice is part of it. He's got it. He's got a pretty strong ball. I know for a fact that it's at 2,000 grit because he freshens it up before every tournament, and it's pinned down. So all those things combined equate to a much earlier read.
So take a look at those scores here. Straight up scratch match now. It's a good shot there by Scott to double up.
It's another different way that he got rid of the 10. Did you see that?
Just send the 10 across the deck standing and then
I think that's the reason the 7 stood on that hit, because that's the only thing he can leave.
once again we got to keep an eye on our plug back here. We got,
Harvey's doing a good job guarding it.
I hope so. Our power source is being threatened at the moment. Good shot, Scott.
Our power source just struck on 13, and he's not being threatened yet.
Yeah. We have multiple power sources here on NDBowlTV, folks. Clayton Moore still thinks he can win here.
Anytime you have room to go the back 6, you still got a shot.
Oh. Well, that looked like it hooked at 30 feet.
He got that out to the track real quick.
Yeah, that was a reaction from our house shot last year. Well, as of right now, we might avoid the interview that everyone was hoping for, but
You want to interview first and second?
no. We're going to interview the champion so we can get out of here.
That's pretty good there. Nope.
7/7.
And they're still rolling.
I don't think, were those Scots?
They were.
Those are all Scots.
They were all
Bowling
Scots.
balls are now a few lanes down.
Retrieved by Nevin Brady.
Rolling away.
Nevin saves the day, brings back the bowling equipment. I think Nevin's going for Scott right now.
That's a distinct possibility.
Those loud claps were from one guy. I don't think Nevin's quite impressed with with Clayton Moore at the moment.
I'm going to say not right now.
Right now, yes. Oh, I think that'll about do it here.
Making it look easy.
Scott Endersby will win the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper, and we will hopefully get a word with him here in a moment. But real quick, I do want to say thanks to Matt for joining me here today. It was nice spending the day talking bowling with you here on NDBowlTV. It was a first for us, and I do look forward to getting back on the lanes with you tomorrow.
Sounds like a very good plan. Thanks for having me out this time.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And this might be the last time this year that I get to be in the booth with you.
Yeah, possibly, unless you miss a show or something at one of the majors. So
you got to put Michael Schmidt up in here before me, though.
yeah. The fans of NDBowling.com have been speaking. They want Michael Schmidt in the booth. So, Michael, if you're watching and you don't make a show, you better stick around because you're being called upon in the booth. So, well, we're going to wrap it up here. I do know that what they do with their money is their prerogative, but second place will take home $800. First will get $1,200. So, congrats to these two. And that'll finish out a 138 for Clayton Moore. That'll lower his NDBowlTV scoring average by about 50 pins.
And folks, you have no chance. It's okay. That's what this is about. Bowling is sold out.
Okay, we'll see if we can get a word with Scott when he's done here.
NDBowling.com TV. But the one I did is enough. So that's all I care about. Smaller.
Well, shortly after 2 or 6 p.m. local time, not too bad, I'd say. Well, they told me about 5 o'clock when we first started that we'd get out of here, but
225.
all right, well, we're going to say goodbye to Matt here. Thank you for what you've done, and we're going to hopefully get a word with Scott here in a minute.
Okay.
All right, joining me in the booth now is champion Scott Endersby. Scott, welcome back to NDBowlTV.
Thank you.
So, how were they out there today?
They were obviously, I can say they were pretty good. I got lucky. The last step ladder got going all spare game and made me work for that, and the game before that, and having to make a spare. Thanks, Clyde. Thank you. I got lucky because it was nice enough to come out here last weekend and bowl on the sweeper and able to bowl in this pattern and get it figured out. Knew exactly what I had to start with, and had the right adjustments to and know what to do on the lanes when they start burning down. But it was they definitely played different this week than they did last week, and I got a lot of phones looking at me right now. Well, it's good to be back here. Thank you for coming out here and making the trip. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I got friends and family that are watching and enjoying it, so I appreciate everything that you've done.
Yeah, for sure.
I thank the Garden Center for hosting this, and Nevin, Charlie, all those guys. Thank you, I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun for getting a lucky free entry into this thing. So.
All right, so you've heard it here from Scott Endersby, our champion of the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper. We do want to thank Nevin for all his work he's done with this tournament, and they've raised over $3,000 for the food shelf. And do you have any other final comments?
No, I said my interview wasn't going to be as bad as mine, but obviously it was. So I don't know I still don't know what to say, but it was a good victory. A lot of friends are watching. Goody, Nicole, all these guys. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.
All right, thank you. Well, that'll do it for our coverage here at the 4th annual SunOpta Sweeper. We do want to go through again and thank all of our wonderful sponsors of this event: Walt Johnson Construction, our title sponsor SunOpta, the Garden Center here in Alexandria, and Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill. Once again, Ebonite is your official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. I'd like to thank everyone for watching, our loyal fans here at ndbowling.com, and we will see you at the end of December at the 10-game marathon. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.